I'm part of the research group Landscape in Progress, coordinated by Dr. and another professor. Our team is carrying out research on the resilient regeneration of the old rural landscape and the new possibility of the production and the scale of multifunctional agriculture in the plan of the tower Aprile. The idea of agricultural landscape as a result of this process that sediment makes and design of the territory is not a remote invention. Although the frescoes by Antonio Renzetti around the middle of the 14th century, they fixed first shine anticipating the landscape painting, the position of aesthetic value, the concept of landscape in a modern argument that gives the natural place recognition. It makes view become symbolic and aesthetic, overcoming the idea of the picturesque 18th century. Physical transformation determined by evolution of the agricultural techniques and crops, orographic, physical orientation, infrastructure reforms, modification of disease and property, determine a dynamic landscape constantly changing, with in Italy a unique and specific character. This singularity comes from the Roman legacy that has imprinting the territory, which is a network of lines centratio, which are still visible, orienting fields, and rules and reducing the relationship between town and the rural area, with a network limits as a texture on the coastal territory. Excluding the area affected by reclamation or by reform, the Italian agricultural landscape was fairly stable until the ceilings, when the unchecked ground of the city towards the countryside and the opening of agrarian market with capitalist logic caused a drastic transformation. Prevailing production mechanisms oriented on culture and gradually lead on an attraction of ecological balance between agriculture and environment, with the loss of biodiversity and the cancellation of many elements that characterize the Italian agricultural landscape. The southern Secunda and the conversion of happening mountain disappear it abandoned the network of paths, the water pipes, the terrace, the temporary shelters, seams and lines, which the design and of territory was better. Their elements are on track to become the remains of a history of human territory was bad. These elements are on track to become the remains of a history of human and territory was bad. These elements are on track to it's open and an Italian way to the modern city, based primarily on an extent between the urban and the rural landscape, which lead to a confirmation of imaginary historical town center and reduce the importance of a urban periphery and an industrial area. Today, the agricultural landscape is experiencing a moment of rebounding due to the prevalence of environment and climatic issues and the new ecological dimension with an overthinking of agricultural sector. A new life cycle for agriculture is being provided, which increases the spectrum of action from the production of material goods, food, timber, fiber, material for industry, intelligible goods, the landscape, biodiversity, safeguarding hydrological maintenance, and others. The maintenance of the territory up to the creation of service orientation, to the social welfare. The location of the traditional food production is accompanied by innovative activities, power generation, natural farms and commerce, rural and cultural tourism, social potential that configure polyhedral rurality to investigate the spatial and formal implication. Agricultural food. respond to ecological and environmental targets. The interest is on certified quality products in view of global food challenge, the central theme of EXO 2015. It starts at concept that serves the logical of quantitative market at the base of the agricultural sector and show a value for the growing biological groups, in which becoming crisis come on scientific research in the field of genetic engineering, agricultural, rural and cultural tourism. The result of growing success of rural tourism resulting in the increase of tourism companies, education farm, all activities related to the recreational enjoyment of the countryside and linked towards make of agricultural products. This phenomenon generated a special interference and connection between cities, urban area, and the countryside, and offers a testing ground for the strategic planning for rationality of the space between the populated agricultural landscape and the urban space. Agricultural environment energy. Traditionally good agricultural practices allow the maintenance of biodiversity, the protection of the soil from erosive agents, and the safeguard the environmental balance, but today these are several alternatives. The agricultural sector is a crucial point of matter of the environmental pollution and for the concrete action that should be initiative as a remission of chemical fertilizers, specific crop on land to risk for hydrological events. Contamination between environment and climatic issue with agricultural production may lead to experimental design of the agricultural landscape, as in the case of the digital mapping of buried growth. That invention is the traditional tractor with the system GPS and GIS. These are controllers sending through a precise design with only as aesthetic implication, but this increases the diversity of crop and production of biogas. The diversity of the plantation and the drawings on the ground are defined according to algorithm and accept the logical monoculture use of pesticides. These experiments show the great potential of the multitasking agriculture, describing a new schedule of landscape with the space of the countryside in a perspective as a common good. This refounding idea of the rural area can be considered as a green infrastructure of the city, a natural space inhabited in continuous which and in which the functional agricultural production is linked to many other functions and where the identity and culture of the place can be established through the project. Given different perspective and possible vision of the agricultural landscape, our team has carried out research on the plain of Gioia Tauro in Calabria. Here, citrus plantation inviting the nearest space to support among the olive trees that become protagonists in the landscape from the height of 200 meters. A real geographic room that takes shape from a natural element of watercourse, mesma and petrage, from walls, Tirrenia Aspromont, and take shape from a natural element of watercourse. Natural landscape and infrastructure are not grow in the shapes of the complex territory, but they are present as a close world, near and distant at the same time. The research is based on an increased value of existing components, as a research available unexpected by the funding through the project and the idea of landscape restoration. Restoration not the conversation, but as a work of reconstruction and a generation of narrative of place. The first project worked on a rural landscape characterized by groups of olive trees and the plantation of with oranges, lemon, mandarins, and clementine, a particular space that in the EU as recognized as the IGP, Protected Geographical Indication. Also, the citrus is become economical pivot of the plain of Italia. The Calabria region is the first national producer of mandarin. There is a chain link between the small producer and the network of mobility of the port. The study presented here addresses both aspects of innovation of use of citrus production, processing, and marketing. The first involvement the generation with the introduction of new species and priming techniques, thanks to the scientific support of the Department of Agriculture and the University, which for several years has been developing research on citrus. It has been hypothesized that the design would take agricultural land replanting new species. The work progressive insertion of grafts would ensure the higher quality product with its distributed over longer periods of the year and with a more efficient method of every distributed. Furthermore, logistic platform considered as a large infrastructure that emerges from the field and directs the activities of small production. The logistic platform is designed as a large infrastructure for export of the product in the national international channel by sea, rail, road, building interference with the port and also with the national railway line and motorway Salerno-Reggio This assumption emphasizes that the port is a crucial territory development, not only for the transport network or for the longer highway industry expansion in Italy that has never been developed. The second work addresses the relationship between the agricultural and the renewable energy and conceals mediation of an energy park designated as a landmark catalyst between the world and the system at different scale, the natural elements and the urban port. The issues of climatic changes is taken as a connector, technical, social and landscape. The project is the formalization of the embodied energy in place as a result of the sun, wind, water and minerals. The work is designed by energy production system, greenhouse with PV roofs, wind turbines, carbon pools, hydraulic cylinders, turbines, microalgae, using an approach that works behind technical dimension and related with the design of the landscape, the form and the end use. Natural elements, technology, the impact to merge into the single narrative, the high line, the values and the physical and the anthropological difference of the piana of General. Thank you very much.
In fact, I will ask a very short question, perhaps a simple short question. Can you define us a little more how you understand this notion of resilient landscape in relation with this green change? This seems to be the main idea of your presentation.
Yes, green change is the future for the Calabria because the actual landscape is an old and obsolete landscape because always, for example, not produce the best are too old, and the goal is change the paysage, the landscape. And this new landscape may be a new infrastructure scape, as the system then connect all cities, country, town, then in this moment are in Insula, the Iceland. Calabria in this moment is Iceland, is overside the rest of Italy, and this is the new future, the new perspective.
Well, we have finished this first session. I think we have a good panorama about some critical approach or methodological approach in the case, for example, in the minor islands in the Sardinia and San Pietro. Other interesting approach for the agricultural landscape, some project of this in Calabria and the other for Savelli, with some contamination with the other topics for the ecological topic and for the other things, the scale of the monuments in Bucharest and the opportunity of the minor historical heritage can be for to reconnection for some part of the city for its buffer zone and to create some other part of this part, not for the center city, for the historical center with there are with the barriers many attention, but for the other part near and where are some other transformation. And at the same time, in the case of the first presentation of Roberta Angelini, the possibility to create some tools and instruments to manage the transformation, to start from the historical heritage, for minor historical heritage, the little center, the little historical center, which are the main resource of the Italian culture in this case, in this region, and together shape the agricultural landscape heritage, but the tradition as a kind of culture, kind of the design, kind of the practice to create a consolidated image of the territory. Many thanks to all the speakers and to my colleague Nasum. Well, my pronunciation is very bad for your surname, and I give the word to Rosario Donove for the next session. Grazie.
Good afternoon, I'm Rosario Donove, I'm a researcher of the University of Camerino. My role is to coordinate this parallel section C, the landscaping, designing and informing the city, offering planning responses to climate change and reorganizing urban systems. The discussant of this session is Professor Sylvie Sarle from the University of Paris, Piceno. We have 5 speakers from Denmark, Greece and Italy. We present this afternoon their work. Before giving them the floor, I would like to spend just a few minutes to explain the reason of this topic. I will start with the provocation launched a few years ago by Professor Richman of the Dortmund University on the occasion of the presentation of research sites growing smaller cities, a project implemented under Action Coast. The professor said that in Europe we are dealing with islands of growth in a sea of shrinkage. This statement may seem somewhat exaggerated, but it is certain that important dynamics of urban change can be observed in the recent development phase of many European cities. Increasingly, urban growth and decline processes occur at the same time. On one hand, the expansion of residential and industrial areas occurs at the urban fringe. with the declining population, a stagnating economy, and vacant lands as a consequence of the industrialization and economic crisis. Increasingly also, cities face the effects of climate change, mitigation and adaptation measures to counter floods and urban heat islands, and to reduce the waste of resources, pollution, etc., are entered the policies of European cities and the debate on the search for new models of urban development and new configuration of the city. Land use and special planning focus on how to minimize the negative effects of urban sprawl, industrial and urban growth. Set against this context, urban shrinkage represents a new challenge: urban decline, densification, and phenomena of abandonment and non-use. But in the face of this phenomenon, we ask the same thing. How can land use development be steered in order to ensure quality of life under conditions of urban decline in this time of climate change? How can high quality and sustainable urban livelihoods can be developed? After this question, there are two further questions for planners. What is the new configuration of the city that is being produced, which includes sprawl, abandonment and reclamation, recycling and revitalization? And how do the effects of climate change influence the shape of the city? Paradoxically, the phenomena of urban shrinkage, limited and discontinuous regeneration operation, and the speed of the land use changes require more planning. The changes in recent decades require approaches that the city and the territory that involve three principal aspects. The aspects of policies, plans and projects which are characterized by the imprinting of elasticity, by dynamic and evolving self-regulating instruments. The aspect of retroactivity, by multi-scale, incremental and cumulative instruments. And the last aspect of ecological sustainability, by adaptable and recyclable and compensatory instruments. Only plans and projects that will have these characteristics will help to define resilient urban landscapes, capable of governing the transition to innovative urban models in which the history of places, natural resources, agricultural areas, and the landscape become engines of a new type of development to build a new urban model and a new form of the city. These issues are being brought to the attention of this thematic session. Most of the selected papers address issues related to the tools of territorial urban planning for proposing a new territorial and urban configuration starting from the landscape. This is the case of Jonna Maigard-Kraut, who will present some adaptation measures coordinated across different planning levels in the Danish planning systems. Francesca Cavace has developed the theme of the reorganization of the settlement system starting from the landscape and environment. She will illustrate the practice of the metropolitan area of Bari through comparison with the new landscape plan of the Puglia region. Chiara Cavaioni will present the bond between urban regeneration of the urban form of the Adriatic city and the safety of the territory from the effect of hydrological instability. Alexander Kentakis will present the theme of continuity of green infrastructure in urban areas by fortifying and forging urban resilient fabric context. This operation combines greenways, vertical green walls and green roofs as dynamic integrated planning tool along city waterfront and riparian corridors. Finally, There is the case presented by Michela Torli of urban sprawl and its impacts. This presentation will cover the transformation of the agricultural landscapes in Cerveteri municipality. In this territory, the low density produced by second homes has brought negative impact from many points of view. So let's start with the presentation. The first presentation is the presentation of the owner crowd.
And I will take you north, as you can see. This is a picture, and all my pictures are from Denmark. So you have perhaps an idea of the features of the landscape in Denmark. It's quite flat, and there's a lot of water. We have 7,300 kilometers of coastline in Denmark. The highest point in Denmark is only 180 meters above sea. The lowest point is 7 meters on the sea. So we are quite exposed to climate change, and that's what my paper and my presentation is about. This is Copenhagen in July 2010, where we were able to swim in one of the main streets because it was flooded. I have a research project called Waterscape, and it deals with questions on the Danish planning system in relation to climate change adaptation. And I'm going to tell you a bit about it today. If we look at climate change in a Danish context, it's primarily manifesting itself as an interaction between the modified wind and precipitation patterns. The temperatures are increasing and we have a rising sea level. In short, we call it wilder, wetter, and warmer. The individual factors in climate change processes often act together, and they are reinforced in interaction with already known natural and cultural phenomena and factors. This means that we have climate change, and they lead to what Theo Pascal has termed environmental changes, meaning changes on the built environment, on our landscapes, on our cities, on our open urban spaces, on our everyday life. But it also means that it has an impact on our planning thinking and our planning methodologies. And in that respect, you can also take the tour from the planning thinking, saying, okay, it has an impact on the landscape of the cities, on the built environment, on environmental changes, and hopefully also on climate changes, because if we change and adapt our planning thinking, we are perhaps able not to solve the climate change problems, but at least to cope with them. I'll just give you a very short introduction to the Danish planning system and to what is called structural reform that was implemented in 2007. And that was a reform that had the ambition to reduce the number of municipalities from 270 to 89. And to reorganize the public sector and qualify the public services. In addition to that, there was also an ambition to simplify the planning system and planning processes by reducing the former planning bodies, the state, the counties, and the municipalities, into two, mainly the state and the municipalities. Meaning that the counties, the regional level, was discharged. So if we look at it now, the system is organized at the local level, the municipality level. We also have a regional level, but that the regions mainly take care of the healthcare system. And then we have the state level, the national level. of the arguments for reforming the rural planning system was to open for more comprehensive planning and coordination of plans between the rural and the urban zones. And the idea was when we transferred the assignments from the counties and the states to the municipalities, they had to develop the opportunity to carry out more comprehensive planning. It was also to qualify the opportunities to correlate the relationship between nature conservation and its use. But the questions on climate change adaptation wasn't part of the discussion leading up to the reform in 2007. Actually, the picture I showed you from Copenhagen in 2010, that was the time and the point when climate change action was put on the agenda in Denmark for real. If we then address climate change action, which I think we have to, then we now see that the new planning law, this new system without the regional level, there's actually a gap between the planning levels now, from the municipality level to the state level. There's also a lack of connection between the rural planning and the urban planning, even though the municipalities were given the authorities to plan for the rural areas as well. Why there's a lack of connection, it has to do with the people that was planning the rural, taking care of the rural planning before. They were not necessarily transferred into the municipalities. So there's also a lack of man-hours and resources now in the municipalities. So what do we have to do if we are to develop a more holistic climate change adaptation strategies and plans that support a planning thinking and process that seeks to reconstruct these broken connections and entities between landscape and cities and making them more resilient, then I think we need additional planning tools. In the discourse about planning in Denmark, there has for a long time been pointed at we have what I call stealth urbanization and industrialization of the rural landscapes, of agricultural landscapes. We see more and more farmhouses that are now inhabited by people who have their primary income from the urban area and urban jobs. We also see that a lot of the farm buildings, former farm buildings, are now occupied by industries, which used to be within the urban area. And that has led to a discourse and suggestions that we should redefine the zoning concept of the rural zone, making it more diverse, working with different kinds of sub-zones within the rural zone, and a new tool, the binding local plan for the rural zone. We don't have that in Denmark right now. We have it within the urban area, and it's functioning well within the urban area. And the suggestion is that it will also function very well in the rural zone. In addition to that, and in relation to climate change adaptation, I suggest that we also apply 5 categories of adaptation measurements. These are 5 categories that have crystallized in my formal research on climate change adaptation. And as you can see, the first one is on the building level, then there's a category on the space level, a category on the structural urban level, a landscape level, and then the 5th one is more on an administrative give you a short introduction to what they can look like. The building level. Is this functioning? Yeah. The building level up here. And the urban space level here. The urban structure level with dikes, you can see here. And the landscape level down here with the recurring flat landscape. All these examples that I show you here, they're actually from Germany, from Hafen City in Hamburg, which are one of the most advanced urban areas in Northern Europe with climate change action. My other suggestion is that in order to reconnect the planning and the climate change adaptation planning and strategies to the landscape, it could actually be a possibility to work with the watersheds, the natural watersheds. And one of my predecessors, Professor Peter Bestoff in Royal Academy in Copenhagen, he was actually working with the watersheds back in the 1970s, and this is actually this map that I have found again. And if we look at it, we can actually see that Jutland over here, the peninsula, we have a main watershed coming down here from north to south, and some smaller going east to west. And on the main islands, Fyn and Sjælland, there are one or two main watersheds, which actually points at Jutland could be divided into three sort of water regions based on the watersheds. Fyn, the little island in the middle, could actually be one water region, and Sjælland has one or two water regions. This would connect the planning strategies and the planning projects to natural landscapes and natural conditions in the landscapes, which could provide some possibilities to coordinate the strategies and plans much better than going across these watersheds. Working with the watersheds would mean that you have to attend to one kind of water system instead of perhaps three kinds of water systems. And that would probably also make it cheaper to work with different solutions within that framework. This is a first draft map I made last Friday of the new municipalities and the new 5 regions and the natural watersheds. And the blue lines are the watersheds, and the small white lines are the divisions between the municipalities, and the dotted lines are actually the new regions, which is mainly taking care of the healthcare system. And you can see it all collapses in this map. And of course, there has to be much more in-depth analysis and efforts to make such a map incorporate much better. In conclusion, and I say in conclusion because this is ongoing research. So, in order to develop a more holistic climate change adaptation strategies and plans that support planning thinking, a process that seeks to reconstruct broken connections between and entities between landscapes and cities. On the one hand, I suggest a lot of flexibility in the planning system by redefining the zoning concept, developing different sub-zones that are locally anchored within the existing zoning system. And in addition to that, also a new planning document defining local plan as the tool to use for that. But also, in addition to climate change adaptation, categories of climate change adaptation across these administrative divisions. Because when we look at the rural zone and the urban zone, it is actually the same problems that we have to address. It is still on the building level, it's on the urban level, it's on the landscape level as well. So there's a similarity there. And then also to add the watersheds as a planning framework or entities, what I here call water regions. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. It's a very interesting point. But when you see, I like that rural and urban converge, and it's the same activity. Yes, urban activity are invisible in rural area, but we don't really know how to manage that. And you say it's the same kind of evolution, but we need two special zoning, one for urban area, another for rural area. Can you precise that? Today, in most of the places, rural areas are managed with an urban zoning, and it's often the problem. And what kind of special zoning did you see?
I think it's important to maintain the distinction between the urban areas and the rural areas. Still, even though I suggest that we use the same categories of climate change adaptation measurements across the zone. But I think it's very important to continue to have this diversion, because if you look at the former planning system, it has actually worked very well in Denmark with the division between the landscape zone, the rural zone, and the urban zone, and meaning that we have in several occasions been capable of controlling the reform by having this division. And when we see at this stealth urbanization, it is, you would say, out of reach of the existing planning system right now. And that has really to do with, we have no regulation in the rural zone, we have no tools to regulate it at the moment, and we need that local planning to do that. Also, so we can have an overview of what an area is going to develop like. So when I look at the advantages and disadvantages of lifting or say discharging the distinction between the rural area and the rural zone and the urban zone, I think there are much more advantages of keeping it and starting it at the moment. And that has also to do with the landscape protection. And of course also to do with my main ambition here is to talk about climate change. We simply need the open landscapes if we have to deal with adapting the landscapes and the cities to climate change. So we need to have a much more firm grip, you could say, on rural areas in opposition to what we have right now. In my opinion, at least.
Rosa was saying me just one question because we are late.
Well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. This is actually a paper that has two parts. The first part has to do with a study we had done probably around 8 years ago on how to deal with the riparian corridors and the waterfront of the city. And the second part is more of a visionary project, let's say an approach, a way of thinking, of reorganizing our minds, the ways that we think about how to mitigate the urban island effect, and as to say, to turn the tables upside down. So, just some basic things about the urban heat island effect. We have a lack of vegetation and widespread use of impermeable surfaces that reduce evaporation. There is increased thermal diffusivity that increase heat storage. There's low solar reflectance of urban materials, urban geometries that trap heat, and increased levels of air pollution that increase net radiation, urban geometries at slow wind speed and reduce convection, and increased energy that increases anthropogenic heat. Well, all these things are negative effects, and what we need to do is we need to take steps. We need to be taken to both mitigate those factors that lead to climate change and adapt our cities to better handle the effects of climate change. So what we are proposing is, as a planning tool, we are pushing for more green infrastructure. As a planning tool to mitigate the urban heat island effect. On the left side, you see two images, which is in New York City. And on the one hand, on the very left, you see the temperatures. The darker tempered colors are the coolest ones. And you see how those temperatures correlate with the vegetation on the right hand. And before going into more conventional type of green infrastructure, I have just posted those two pictures where one can have green planted buses, and you can have even planted bus stops. Well, actually, green infrastructure deals with all kind of levels. These are probably well-known projects. The one in Korea, the Cheonggyecheon River in Seoul, that has turned into a greenway, and also the Highland Park, which is again an abandoned railroad track that has been converted into a greenway. They're both urban projects. Well, even more conventionally speaking, urban green spaces are, the design of them are a mechanism that help us to mitigate island effects. And either it could be a park that we see on the left in USA, or it could be a center, a square, a plaza that malls and buildings that surround it can be designed in such a way to mitigate the effects. And also the promenade Plantain Paris, which is actually 20 years earlier than the High Line project, which is actually built upon a disused railroad track. Some other projects here that are probably more up to date is Detroit's Urban Greenway. Detroit has suffered, a lot of business loss due to the automotive industry shutdowns. And this is one case. On the right hand, we have the Los Angeles Greenway, which is basically what you see there is they've taken all the old 1950s high-speed infrastructure, and the idea is to replace it with slow motion of greenways. Basically, what a greenway is it's a non-motorized mode of transportation. It's slow speed. It's geared to pedestrians, to bikers, to moms or granddads with carriages pulling along their sons or grandchildren. And it's another way for people to rethink their urban mobility in a more sustainable way. The benefits are many. Because you basically have a lot of permeable surfaces that you can replenish the underground water. You have a lot of health issues that people can exercise, health benefits, and the list goes on. Now, what we wanted to do is we want to take into account green roofs as well, and not only use the outdoor space, but the buildings, the shelters themselves. And the picture on the left is a project in China, and on the right is actually more of a visionary picture. If all these buildings had rooftops, what would happen? The design could be something more linear or something more in a naturalistic way, and the picture on the bottom right shows a combination of both, as well as the technology of it. Green walls are something fairly new. It could be just as literal as the two pictures on the right, on the top right. It could be more abstract, more geometric, more artsy, more an approach to have the art involved, and you see the circle on the left. It could be actually an inclined green wall, a wall that's not vertical, but it is on a slope. And actually, on the bottom right, I've left this picture because it's steps of green roofs, but they read like an inclined green wall within a structure. So living architecture or green architecture are very much into this planning idea. Now, getting into Igumenica, we use Igumenica as a field study of an Adriatic city on waterfront urban landscapes. As you can see, actually, on the circle, you see where Greece is in Europe. It is in the south, easternmost part of Europe. And actually, Igumenica is on the western side. When you come to Greece, maybe you might have come as being tourists, you either enter by boat, either the ports of Patra, which is, you want to approach Athens or Peloponnese, or you approach the port of Igumenica, which you can have access in the northern and the central part of Greece. There is a Google map, and we'll get more into this. The basic study was to examine the four riparian borders, which you see are in blue color on the small picture on the left. And the pink outline is the old city, and the orange outline are the northern and southern extensions of the city. In order to better comprehend and understand it, we will show some pictures of the evolution of the city. To understand green infrastructure, we probably must I don't want to get involved too much into the theory, but landscape urbanism really helps us, it gives us a very good perspective, because it views the city as a landscape which is a result of many natural and built interactive processes. And urban waterfront cities in the Mediterranean context require a challenging technical approach in order to decode, act, and function as sustainable and resilient landscapes within the landscape urbanism concept. And that means that we have to put away with harsh building materials that have high reflectance and reflect a lot of heat towards the environment. And we have to adopt those green strategies. Just to get an idea, on the left, In 1945, just right after the war, Convenzione was nothing but a small village, a small fishing village. Then in 64, the settlement somehow seems to appear. And in 71, the port of Convenzione starts to pick up some momentum. And in 81, you see it's being grown to a full-scale city that still grows further in 85. You still see the 4 big torrents that create the riparian borders that we have proposed. And in 95, in 2001, and in 2006 actually is, you can see the city plan as it is, and the 4 streams that go down, the geomorphology of the place dictates where we can build and exploit better those areas, not only as within the hydrological cycle and ecological processes, but also to take advantage of them in a social way so people can use it and enjoy it more. So this is what we have come after the study. We're basically with those greenways that are follow the 4 torrents and 4 streams, and also we have developed a greenway all across the coastal line. It promotes thus clean air, temperature, humidity, wind, shades, and flood controls. And we also expose as many of the local and regional physical, ecological, historical, cultural, social, aesthetic, and economic resources that the city of Convenzione has to offer. So we offer an upgraded, resilient civic life quality. So up to this point, it was just a study that we had to do with how to deal with riparian corridors and waterfront. But I believe this is the second part of the paper that probably there's an even greater lesson to be learned if we can take this a step further, a step ahead, to rethink of how can we organize Convenzione using an innovative canopy, a green foliage above it, not only in the riparian corridors, not only in the waterfront, but also in the rest of the city. What could happen? This is a hypothesis. We have on the left what is a typical temperature profile, a heat island profile of the rural, suburban, residential, commercial, downtown, urban, residential park, and again, suburban, residential area. But on the right hand, we're proposing, what if, we are taking the scenario, what if we were to use green walls and cover the walls of this city, which is not a great city, okay? It's a city of about 15,000 people. And what if we were to cover all rooftops? Then we would definitely see that heat island profile would just lower, and we have immense gains. Of course, this is not something new. People have thought of it, but in a much smaller scale, as we see in a wholesale market in Seoul or in Beirut, some parts of the city. But basically the idea is what would if all the city, as you see on the right, would be covered like with a green carpet. As my colleague from France said this morning, he used, I really enjoyed, he used the term wet blanket. I was thinking more of a green canopy, and that's how we called it. So I just want to read in closing part of this theory and what it's all about. A heat island mitigation plan for urban community is only the tip of the iceberg. One must comprehend and always be aware of the true magnitude and depth of where modern city life and planning have set sail and is headed today. Truth said that Constantinos Doxiadis in 1975 prophesied of world economopolis, that has already too soon materialized to a great extent today. And a full-scale socio-economic and physical infrastructure growth trend is converting Earth's surface into a global megacity at an unprecedented rate. What we are saying basically is we have Konstantinos Traxiadis' plan. This was back in the 70s, and all this green were the non-urban areas that probably would behave well within the island effect. But we are saying here that the time has come not simply to rethink, but to reverse the old nature-city dichotomy into a fruitful argument, or even abandon it altogether in favor of new sight and enlightenment. Global megacity is just around the bend, and only a matter of a few generations down the road to come to a full fruition, or halt. The road has been paved in the past few decades by landscape urbanism theories for a new and innovative approach in order to deal with a comprehensive worldview of city planning that is beyond merely nature-friendly or nature-oriented. We must not only allow but wholeheartedly welcome ecological processes to once again offer refuge to the cities we have erected in order for them to be transformed into vibrant, sustainable, and resilient urban landscapes. And what we're proposing is finally that we can, by using this idea of covering the entire city with green infrastructure, we can cover our globe. It's getting the big picture for all of this. And this is what I call an urban green canopy shield, or a green canopy shield over the city. Up to date, the benefits of such a vision and action plan have been supported and proved by relevant theories and implemented case studies in only limited scales as well as scarce and fragmented geographies. One questions, has the time come to upgrade our globe with an urban green canopy shield that covers all cities, transforming them into a global urban green canopy shield? Could this be the new global natural continuum worth adapting by city planning and landscape urbanism? If the answer to this question is yes, then new policies must be explored, formulated, implemented, and exploited for maximum planning outcomes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alexander. We discussed this morning and continue. You propose a new form of system of park until wall and roof to improve quality of environment and quality of life. But this system is in fact public and private system. All greenway you show are public greenway, and I think is really the core of the problem. How private sector or people, sector and people can collaborate with public policy, and another is vegetation is living. It can grow, but it can death. So how guarantee, how to maintain maintenance, fertilizer, all the cycle of life for vegetation, because this connectivity is for biodiversity too. It's not only for Iceland. And if one part of the system broke, the system don't function so well. So, and in European culture, we discussed this morning, how can we assure this private maintenance?
I think this is a very paramount, very important, very down-to-core question for such a scheme to have success, to be proven successful. I believe it all has to do with our own responsibility. And we do it in Greece, and I believe probably you do it in Italy or in other countries. It's never our fault. I'm never responsible for it. It's always somebody else's fault, you know? And I mentioned, you must have heard of Leopold Aldo in 1949. He wrote this great essay, County Almanac, and basically what he said there is that we, as human beings, as privateers, as private persons, physical beings, spirit and mind, everything, we are not just managers, but he talked first time about being stewards towards the land. I think the problem with the private sector is that we somehow still have this old argument that we are living, not scientific as scientists, but as regular human beings, we are living as being outside of the ecosystem. As we are not being the part of it. We are the ones, the major players, the major stakeholders that influence, and actually most of the time, unfortunately, history has proved that we have influenced the ecosystem negatively, in a negative way. So, what is really interesting is, we talked this morning that usually a manager is a person who manages somebody else's belongings. Okay, their money, their wealth, their houses, their infrastructure, whatever they have. Well, steward in Greek is called ekonomos. And ekonomos, the word Greek ekonomos has derived from the word ekonomia, which is economy. Okay, but we have learned to take economy only to interpret it in the financial part. Actually, it's a synthetic word from the word Ikos, IKEA, you know the store IKEA, which is actually means house of Greek, okay? And the other synthetic word is nomos, which is law. In other words, I'm responsible for the law of my house. This, and the funny thing is that as far as ownership status, the house that I'm in, I do not belong, it does not belong to me. It has been only lent to me. And I only borrow it for as long as I live, and then the next generation comes and occupies it. Well, the thing is that I have to understand that the only way private sector can work with something like this is if I have a great sense of responsibility and allow me to go even further. Us as human beings, it's more of a moral attitude. We have to bring our nose down a little bit, because we've been very tacky, you know, we've been very scientifically researching, up in the air looking down. No, we have to humiliate and humble ourselves before the land that supports us. Not only the food, I'm not only talking about the water and the food, okay? I'm talking morally. And I have this personal theory that above all else is love. But love is not just and even love to earth or love to people, it's not an emotion, sentiment.
Yes, just wanted to ask you a question. You don't think that, I don't know why I'm very strange image of Greece with some white building, you know, some mineral building. And if you put some plants everywhere, it will change a little the landscape of Greece. And at least some image, we have some landscape of some Greece village. And in fact, you put some plants on the top of the roof or on the wall, sometimes it takes a lot of water, it takes a lot of energy, and it's not such sustainable, in fact. So, I don't know if sometimes it's easy to put some plants, but sometimes in some cities it's quite complicated, and it has a lot of energy, and it's perhaps it takes more energy than it could help, I don't know.
Okay, I will answer your question. The problem as far as water scarcity, it's very much in the Aegean Sea and the islands. That's what you see of the typical Greek landscape, which is a barren landscape. You only see potted plants in pots. because the water is not available and the soil is very few. But on the western part and the central part, there is not such a problem. We do have water resources, it's just a matter of managing it in a better way. So thus we can create more green. And also the green that we are proposing are drought-resistant plants, are not plants with great need for water. If you can just allow me to finish what I said before, I think it's more of a more moral attitude towards the land. And as I said before, in order to love somebody or someone, first you have to appreciate who that someone is. And many times I say to my students that landscape is a person, is a physical person. It's not it. It's not something. It's not an object. It's a physical being. It's a physical being of many, many processes. And before you can appreciate somebody, you have to respect him. And I think before you respect somebody else, you respect first yourself. And the way I see it is the more I respect myself, the more I can respect the environment. I think that's where the problem starts. Thank you very much.
Francesca Garace, Università.
Good evening. I try to speak about the relationship between landscape project and urban planning in a complex concept in a metropolitan area of southern Italy. I apologize for my English. I need your help later. Well, the institutional events of the last decade have led to identify and now to formalize the large extension of the metropolitan area of Bari, which includes 41 municipalities of the former province of Bari. This is a very broad territory which has at its core the area that we will be analyzing now. We speak about the basin of Bari in its most urbanized dimension, and therefore where the environmental landscape and settlements-related issues shows with greater intensities. This look, even is focused on the city of Bari, is still able to describe its surroundings in several ways. Among the long sequence of the Adriatic cities, the central area of Bari is only partially different from the others. Being the largest and the most southern of the coastal line, in fact, summarize all the problematic natural Adriatic cities. Infrastructure crashing, coastal artificialization, vulnerability in case of natural disasters, loss of these historical links with the backland, abandonment of the soils. These issues are distinctive features of this area as of many others, but they appear here emphasized due to the city's metropolitan dimension. A dimension, by the way, was never managed as a whole. The planning of the Bari municipalities, dating back to the 70s, still offers huge residual potentialities, estimated around 15 million cubic meters. On the other hand, urban policies promoted by the other sectors contributed to establish the former settlements dynamics, putting into the market a wide offer of building soils, competing with the expensive real estate market of Bari. Today, the settlement system is characterized by the juxtaposition of a range of urban partners with their own folk, historic centers, playing the communities, large infrastructures, or lacking any structure or definite functions, nebulae and rubble sprawl abandoned areas bearing plants, exactly how they have been described by the main team of this conference. In the central Bari area, that includes the city of Bari, the adjacent urban centers, and all the landlocked and rural territory, the urban area represents the 19.5%, the natural zones the 60.5%, the agriculture the 54%. There are two aspects worth noting, since they represent some of these current issues, at the same time a possible instrument for the potential regeneration. The first is its environmental features, and particularly the water system, which shape the territory. The second is around the dynamics of the settlements, as well as the size and potential of the resources they produced, the maize, abandonment, and value. The first. Considering that Puglia is not excluded from the desertification process that involves all the southern regions, the area of Bari is characterized by an almost complete absence of surface hydrographic network, mainly due to the scarcity of natural resources, which quickly absorbs rainwater. The lame, the erosive cracks caused by the plastic activities, are dry for the most part of the year, but still periodically perform the function of rainwater receptors. In many of these lame located in the area of Bari converge due to their slopes and morphological trends. In this area, the lame occupy also 2,000 hectares. The current conditions obstruct the hydraulic function due to the presence of buildings in proper use. The poverty of the surface water system is associated with a limited amount of natural spaces. Climatic change overlaps the geography of the area. Therefore, any element that takes place upstream on the Murgia has downstream effects, and any proper use of the coastal streams pushes its effects more and more inverting backcountry, as for example in the case of the salinization of groundwater and soil caused by the uncontrolled captures. If the entire coastal area is fragile and under stress, the one of Bari, because of its artificialization, is fragile in a very peculiar way. The state of health and scarcity of water resources requires as necessary the use of the water. This use was never made, despite the fact that during the 80s, the regional administration invested substantial resources for the construction of refining plants, which were never put into operation. Second thing, settlement and abandonment. In a recent study conducted for Italy, we mapped and classified within the central area of Bari all the abandoned or occupied spaces that were never used. Production areas, former military zones, abandoned public property, infrastructure work, and historical sites. Residual areas, buffer areas, and landlocked space. In the territory, 11% of the soils belongs to the universe of decommissioning and abandonment, for a total of 2,500 hectares. being the size of the problem is this big, it is not a matter of simple objects, but more of an actual structural layer of the territory and of the city. This constitutes a diverse set of places and spaces whose arrangement, size and memory have a potential that today is very little used, and often through case-by-case solution, and with too complex and expensive procedures. What we think about the thesis as proposed is that the elements described in their physical condition for their lying and size represent also strategic resources for the requalification of the central and metropolitan area of Bari. For this reason, it is necessary to ask whether the current policies are appropriate for the problem discussed here. Among these policies, the most recent and innovative is the new landscape planning, being the planning of the new metropolitan city still in embryonic stage. The new landscape plan certainly introduces requalification strategies regarding the aim to obtain resilience. The PPTR, landscape plan Aprile, introduces a new vision of the territory for what regards its interpretation, the atlas, its goals, the strategic projects, and finally its methods, the guidelines and the instruments of governance. The provision of PPTR, starting from the start system and following the strategic projects, provide a working environment supported by a vision and a set of strategies, the implementation of which is entrusted to a variety of instruments, first of all the urban and agro-environmental policies. But the visions and the strategic projects of PPTR need to combine and connect with the practice of territory planning. Among these new plans, the preliminary planning document DPP for the new general plan of Bari adopts a new strategy for the building of a new ecological network founded on environmental and landscape qualification of the land. These are also considered as an instrument of morphological reconfiguration for the city as its territory. This process, however, starts from particularly difficult conditions. The traditional indicators of territorial potentials and the compactness index are respectively 1 and 11 and 0 and 19 and 2 respectively. However, making the design of the territory visible again in order to configure a component of transity of a city is a difficult operation. For the first two reasons. First of all, because these signs are now fragments themselves, and their total configuration is impossible. Therefore, their ecological and landscape performance need to be reinvented from scratch. The open landlocked space, even if they are effects of continuous environmental system, must be resolved. Moreover, these goals intertwine with the management of urban provisions. In the case of Bari, The enforcement of these provisions would result in a further lowering of the territorial biopotential. In the other hand, increasing, for instance, to the average class value would lead to a planned scenario which would force not only to dismiss all the plans provisions still to be enforced, but also to reconvert to green zones the areas currently hosting industries and infrastructures for a total of almost 2,000 hectares. It is impossible. Consider that also that the shape of the soils and for the size of the multipolarity of the settlement system, the index of compactness appears not particularly relevant. It is evident how these traditional indicators fail to deal with the problem of residents in the heart of the metropolitan area. New indications and realistic policies are needed. What things? The research and plans for the area clearly show the problems and difficulties in pushing structural solutions. The practices are oriented to smaller incremental temporary greening interventions, green roofs, social gardens, reuse, usually without any broader strategy. Those are certainly signs of the birth of a new awareness on the topic of health, but it risks to be simply an epidermal consciousness, not structural. Within this framework, we have highlighted some work terms that can help in different ways, building a resilient landscape. First of all, a policy for the management of water resources becomes fundamental, from the safety of the territory to the capillary and the cautious management of the water. If the landscape is an indicator of the state of health of an area, in this concept, the protection of the water is able to shape the city and increase its quality. The urban greening and the reuse of the abandoned and commissioned spaces should have a better strategy aimed to selected places and proper operation in order to maximize the benefits in terms of connectivity and both environmental and human qualifications. In other words, the urban planning, if lacking the complementary instruments of the connected policies, environmental, landscape, economic, fiscal, appears doomed to perpetrate unsustainable transformation in space and time, being forced nations to mitigate their efforts later on. In other words, we need a good urban planning to obtain a better landscape. To have a good urban planning able to contribute to the quality of the city, an integrated and multidimensional approach to the territorial governance is needed. Therefore, it is necessary that the urban planning forms an alliance with the environmental and economic policies. I conclude with these such strategies also is that in a view of overcoming of the case-by-case basis and of the definition of policies synergy with environmental and economic ones, the planning would be built around these strategies, not considering them as a desirable eventuality, but as an actual performance planning. This could be done also orienting mechanism and formulas in this direction, obviously, and the expense of a simple operation with a simple procedure, but inevitably involving the consumption of new soil. More important, this could be done overcoming the now inadequate local dimension, using a renewable notion of public interest, specifically related to the constitutional principles of landscape preservation and of human health. Thank you. I thought with this image in the middle of industrial area and near the airport, there are also this cultural heritage. Thank you.
Thank you, Francesca. I like the way you present urban problem as a potential of reuse wood field, water, landslide, and the fact of this potential is here, is already existing, and it's a way to restore case per case, you say in your text, by various actions in different cases. For me, it's really interesting because it's a gardening technique. I don't know if you know Gilles Clément, the French gardener, and he works with plants. He look what is here and what can grow up here in this environment, and it just prepare the good environment for the vegetation. We know how vegetation grows, but it's much more complicated with human activity. And it's very difficult to predict how a man or our community will act, and it's difficult to control. And so my question is, you speak about good urban planning. Did we really need a good urban planning, or an urban planning which can aggregate, coordinate different local action for planning the city development?
Posso rispondere in italiano, forse qualcuno mi traduce? I think that I said we need a good urban planning in this case, because in this case we have, I said, difficulty to gestire le capacità residue della pianificazione.
To manage the old planning strategies.
E per questo dico che una buona urbanistica ha bisogno di allearsi, di una alleanza con le politiche ambientali e quelle economiche.
So good planning means a strong partnership with economic and environmental groups.
Perché la pianificazione urbanistica da sola, priva di queste alleanze, è praticamente, come ho detto, condannata a produrre trasformazioni insostenibili e poi trovare misure compensative per riqualificare l'ambiente.
Because without this partnership, the only urban planning is a failure. It's going to failure, and there needs some strategies to overcome this failure, so it's more difficult.
Per che fino adesso l'unico strumento che l'urbanistica ha avuto è quello di utilizzare la leva volumetrica della concessione di diritti edificatori per compensare trasformazioni anche finalizzate a una maggiore sostenibilità e resilienza.
So if I'm not wrong, because till now the only instrument that the urban planning had it was to manage the volumes in order to compensate, to balance a more sustainable development.
In questo modo si avvia un processo vizioso di crescita all'infinito della città, anche se finalizzata al miglioramento della qualità umana.
Yeah, this is a bad circle that goes in order to grow and grow and grow the city, even if the initial state was to do a better life for people, better city, but it's not going to work, of course.
Per questo è necessario che ci siano politiche di protezione dell'ambiente, politiche che spostano sul fronte fiscale ed economico tutti i meccanismi compensativi.
Well, so we need, of course, politics that work with the environmental protection, and even in the economic framework, we need politics that support this.
Camerino. Good afternoon. I will speak about landscape protection, about defense against the risk of flooding, and about soil conservation on the Adriatic coast in Italy. Global climate change and hydrogeological instability of the last decade call for a problematic and integrated approach to interpret the modification of territory and landscape context. This approach requires rules and projects to mitigate environmental risks and to protect the landscape. In Italy, between 1996 and today, over 245 ordinances have dealt with a hydrogeological risk situation. This means that soil conservation has been estimated for a long time. For example, some of you might remember the Florence flood in 1966. The calamitous events of the last decade have started discussion about territorial maintenance and security of the community, and about the need to fight territorial speculation. In addition, they have also developed the awareness that damage prevention and environmental resilience depend also on urban planning, and the awareness that urban sprawl must be limited because it exerts pressure on rural zone and destroys landscape. A result, specification of clear rules for urban transformation are required. These changes are particularly needed in fragile and compromised urban contexts, such as the coast of the Adriatic Sea. The Adriatic area is undergone a process of extensive degradation of landscape in very short time. Urbanization started as early as the 1860s 1960s with the Adriatic Railway along the coast. This accelerated from the 1960s when coastal urbanization fused onto large tracts along the main roads. The result is one linear city, urban sprawl, loss of landscape and environmental fragility. The School of Architecture and Design at the University of Camerino has done research and Adriatic City for years. Today it is involved in scientific consulting activity concerning the new local plan of Pineto. Pineto is a town of about 40,000 people in the province of Teramo, in Abruzzo, a region of central Italy. This coastal city arose while the opening of the Adriatic Railway in 1863 and establishment of many summer villas. From the late 1800 to 1913, the history of the city was characterized by important land reclamation works, by the construction of a network of artificial canals to irrigate and manage the waters, and by the construction of the landscape with various pine forests along the sea and in hills. Since 1945, population and settlement growth and the development of industries and tourism caused increase of sealed areas, change of agricultural practices, decrease of maintaining the natural and artificial waterways, and degradation and impoverishment of the landscape. In particular, the increased impermeable surface and transformation of agricultural practices today represent the factors that reduce the hydraulic security of agricultural areas and urban and industrial settlements. Up to now, the operational solution that have been taken to reduce risks and have ended up plastering the territory with diks, canals, sustaining walls, etc. This sectorial type mitigation intervention have in no way prevented nor avoided any risks. The evidence of the situation described above lies in the destruction floods that have occurred with every higher frequency in recent years. The new local plan gives the opportunity to incorporate in the urban territorial planning the management of environmental risk concerning hydraulic and hydrogeological dangers. This plan also uses a detailed study of landslide risk for the coastal hills and plains. In this context, it promotes planning vision, normative division, and operational intervention. This plan provides for old canals to be restored and new canals to be built in order to repair the urban and peri-urban coastal landscape and to recover the link between the landscape and the human role in structural transformation. These specific contexts are included in the preliminary program document, also referred to as DPP. This document represents the strategic phases of the construction process of the new local plan and will then be subjected to the participation phases with citizens and stakeholders. The document preliminary interprets the distinct aspects of the territory and identifies problems in relation to landscape and environment. The distinct characteristics of environmental and landscape system are environmental and landscape corridors, east, west, and north, south, significant rural landscape and important historical and architectural landmarks, wide coastal area without building, large area of paved forest, etc. The problem concerns the following aspects: hydraulic criticality. The open or covered section of the waterways are greatly insufficient in urban and rural areas. The erosion and sediment transport. Sediment caused by erosion are taken to the coastal area and block the end of the canals. Discontinuity of the ecological network caused by settlement and infrastructure, and lack of general maintenance of territory. Then, in the preliminary scheme of the new local plan, an idea of the city is elaborated. This is to promote the tourist image, sustainable development, safeguarding of the territory, and urban quality. The new development model of the preliminary scheme is presented as Pineto, City of Quality, and contains the following objectives: restoring environmental and ecological east-west connection, sea hills, reconnecting different parts of the territory with green infrastructure, recovering the capacity to plan and manage changes in the landscape, focusing on green tourism. Rethinking the form and the quality of public spaces. In light of the flood risks, the new local plan aims at its hydraulic preservation of the territory. Draft the following strategic action and intervention. Creating floodplains at the foot of the hills, new open canals, water collectors, crossing infrastructure, etc. Enlargement of the end of the canals to ensure their efficiency, and providing manuals of good agricultural practices. The formation and reinforcement of the ecological network is followed by recovery of natural and anthropic vegetation and of the water quality, continuity of the ecological network, sea hills, great wedges, coastal and pine forest, and the planning of river parks. The landscape improvement of the existing and the new city and the containment of soil consumption will be obtained by morphological definition of the boundaries between settled areas and rural areas, improvement of distincting urban margins through mitigation, landscaping, and compensational intervention, and containment of settlement by urban completion rather than new extension, etc. At the conclusion of the strategic action and intervention, several strategic projects were proposed. They aim at an integrated approach in the construction of specific parts of the city and the territory. In this planning process, the quality improvement and regeneration are considered priorities. Of the strategic project is for eco-compatible tourism. This strategic project looked at an extensive fleet area stretching between the sea and the first coast hills. In large part, it is an area open towards the sea. The DPP aims are the following: environmental restoration of the existing canals, construction of new canals, and landscape improvement in urban margins, creating a coastal pine forest equipped for leisure, acquiring a private property to develop coastal pine forest in exchange for transferring development rights. These rights must be used to create a sustainable tourist facility in designated areas, acquiring a strip of land for public use, creating a high-quality tourist park developed by the private sector next the rural park. Another strategic project is Porta Nord. This strategic project deals with substantially free areas of the coastal plain that are close to the center of Pineto and near the tourist zone. The idea of the city that is proposed includes the following: environmental restoration of the Bono Canal, planning of corridors and green connection sea and hills, improvement of the existing hill pine forest, and definition of the boundaries of the settlement by means of houses with gardens, etc. In conclusion, the two most important innovations in the planning process are the following. Firstly, various aspects in the local plan are treated in an interdisciplinary way and are therefore not always in agreement. Hydrogeological safety, reinforcement of the ecological network, quality of life in the city, and renewal of the coastal landscape, containment of soil consumption, and redefinition of the urban form, and resolving conflicts by active involvement of local communities and stakeholders. Secondly, innovation technical means will be used, such as urban equalization, environmental compensation, and recovery of good practices in the agricultural sectors. Thank you for it.
This kind of project can be used in usual place, perhaps because Ariel coast is a very long coast. How can we export this kind of project?
Surely for the coast, for the geographical, yeah. Because all the contact with cities in the coast along the Atlantic coast are very similar to the one she explained now in NATO. Because all the problems are related to flow, to climate change problems. And they require politics for to make the territory more secure. So for the old radicals, this case can be a best practice to indicate for other situations, while the other coast problems are different because the coast is really different, so it changes.
Finally, you can talk with urban sprawl and its impacts, the case of Cerveteri.
I am Italia, I am a PhD student in landscape and environment at University in Sapienza, Rome. The paper present is about urban sprawl and its impact. Well, the core topic of the paper is the urban sprawl, but within the broader question of the land taking. The land taking has been recognized as one of the main threats for the European landscape, and the urban sprawl is one of the major causes of impacts with land taking, such as soil seeding. The sprawl processes have negative impacts on both the cultural and environmental aspects, such as the cultural identity of the people, which is treated by the loss of such traditional agricultural landscape, for example. The quality of life that decreases because sprawl is never accompanied by a correct distribution of services. This implies, for example, dependence on private transport and greater energy needs, with inevitable consequences on climate change. Finally, the ecological balance of the territory is threatened by habitat fragmentation and the decrease of the connection between ecosystems. Moreover, the soil seals no longer have the ability to absorb surface water and store the CO2, again with consequences on climate change. With the common aim of getting resilient landscapes, we believe it is important to experiment tools that not only quantitatively contain the urban sprawl, but above all, tools able to detect how and where to plan the new expansion. In the present study, we experience a methodological approach through which the planning can start from the landscape, for a dynamic planning, a dynamic landscape. In this context, we define a planning support system as a class of geoinformation system composed of data, models, and visualization tools, which are primarily developed to support different phases of the planning process and its functions. In this paper, we test the first step of the planning support system, defining intelligence. Intelligence step involves a description and understanding of the system, an assessment of the current situation, and a formulation of goals. The phase of description and understanding of the current system in this paper starts with the census of sprawl at local scale. Then, sprawl census has been compared with some of the main components of the landscape, as the morphology, viability, major urban areas, land use classes, and the types of landscape. The surveys made in GIS have identified the main drivers of sprawl in the territory analyzed in the last 20 years. The assessment of the current situation is to identify the main impacts on the ecological balance and on the cultural aspects. To do this, we borrowed a type of analysis from the decision software system as multi-criteria analysis based on fuzzy logic. The paper experiments this tool to reach a synthesis of previous analysis. The goal is to produce guidelines for the municipal development plan. Winning aspect of this approach is that it allows also a step of monitoring and auditing. In fact, after a fixed period of time, you can repeat the analysis and evaluation by updating the data scroll. This allows the planning tool to be dynamic, open and up to date with minimum effort. The study area chosen coincides with the municipality of Cerveteri, which is 40 kilometers from Rome. The area is predominantly agricultural. Historical maps showed that the crops types that characterize the area, they are the vineyard, the crops of peaches, and the olive groves. The area also has a high archaeological value, with the presence of the necropolis of Bantaccia, designed UNESCO site in 2004. But the entire area is strewn with the presence of the Tuscan Roman remains. The research involves a phase of confrontation between two time periods, 1990 and 2010, because we wanted to give to the findings a reference trend. This is critical to understand the dynamics that drive sprawling territory analyzed. What interests us was not only the number of buildings in the two periods, but especially the spatialization and the density of this phenomenon. We have overlaid a grid with cells of 1 hectare to detect the amount of buildings per hectare. It was found that in 1990 the maximum density was 12 buildings per hectare, as you can see in the image on the left, while in 2010 increased to 70, as you can see on the right. It is however interesting to note that in both periods about 90% of sprawl falls in the class of density 1, that is from 1 to 4 buildings per hectare, of which about 50% are cells with only one building. It is therefore a phenomenon of very low density, which some experts in the last years define springling instead sprawl. Moreover, we observed that the sprawl data are not correlated with population growth. In fact, the increasing percentage of population from 1990 to 2010 was about 34%, while the percentage of sprawl incrementation was about 60%. By the overlapping of sprawl with the slope map, we have observed that morphology is easily one of the components that most influence the spatial arrangement of sprawl. The buildings are almost entirely placed in areas with a slope less than 24%, which are also the most suitable areas for agriculture. We know, however, the presence of some buildings even in areas steeper, as we can see in the pictures. Before comparing sprawl with distance from roads, we split the territory in zones with progressive distance from the street from 150 to 1,000 meters. In this way, it was possible to observe that 70% of sprawl is located within 150 meters from the edge of the roads. It is also noted that in the zone between 150 and 500 meters, 2010 increased the density of the buildings from 70% to 24%. This means that the expansion trend is moving towards the colonization of the suburbs away from the roads, probably due to saturation of the first zone. Finally, we performed the same procedures on the street with the distance from major urban centers. This analysis shows that this element only affects the density of the new settlements, but not their expansion. In fact, there are many new buildings, even in areas more distant from the urban centers, but with a maximum density of 4 buildings per hectare, while close to the urban centers, in 2010 density also comes to 17 buildings per hectare. Another main comparison is with land use classes. An important fact that emerged from this comparison is that we observe the replacement of perennial crops typical of the area, such as vineyards, which conversion increasing from 3.7% to 9.5%, orchards and minor fruits that in the territory are identified primarily with the cultivation of peaches, slightly decreased from 2.8% to 2%. And finally, the oil growth, which conversion increasing from 3.4% to 4%. Except for the slight inflection on the conversion of the orchards, there is an increase in the transformation of land occupied by the main traditional cultivation authorities. This result is a worrying threat to the local cultural identity. The impact produced by sprawl on cultural identity linked to the agricultural landscape is also evident from the comparison with the landscape plan of the Lazio region in which Cervelli is situated. The types of landscape identified by the landscape plan, which were most threatened by sprawl, are a granular landscape of value with 43%, and a granular landscape of great value with 50% of the sprawl. In addition, part of sprawl falls within restricted areas, such as waterways, buffer zones, and the areas of archaeological interest. All this shows that sprawl has been driven mainly by spontaneous actions and uncoordinated actions. The urban situation of Cervelli, in fact, is linked to a plan of 1986, which does not provide clear clearance for the agricultural territory. Most of the intervention and urbanization analysis arise from the plan variation and abuses condoned. Well, how to start afresh from the landscape for designing the future of this territory? The proposed method tries to meet this objective through the use of the most advanced GIS tools. Starting from the analysis of the dynamics of sprawl, we assessed the implication of the territory by using fuzzy logic. This type of analysis has allowed to transform the values of the individual analysis, arriving at one unit of measurement. This step, called normalization, is essential to be able to apply the multi-criterion analysis. Each element analyzed after being normalized was associated with a function of behavior. In this way, the planner sets the program that, for example, the presence of roads in the territory is considered with values of interference ranging from a minimum of 10 to a maximum of 500 with a sigmoid trend. In this case, we choose the sigmoid function because the impact of the road system changes in a non-linear manner. We have observed that up to 150 meters away from the streets, territorial dynamics, such as increasing sprawl, are more intense, while between 150 and 500 meters, in which we have a decreasing impact. Above 500 meters, the impact of the roads becomes more or less constant. Finally, we have assigned a hierarchical weight to each component based on the role it has in the context that we are analyzing. The outcome multi-criterion analysis is a map that shows the value of suitability. We define suitability for ecological and landscape aspects. In fact, the analysis was carried out adding to environmental data also cultural information. The values are based on a pixel of 100 square meters. Each pixel is identified by a value of suitability. This map is the assessment of the status quo. It represents the starting point for the identification of planning models that aim to achieve the goal. The purpose is to increase or at least maintain the areas that have a high suitability value. This objective can be achieved by assuming different planning scenarios for the area analyzed. This method can be called dynamic because it allows a preliminary evaluation of the result of different planning scenarios. for each proposed scenario can be applied to the new model and see if the changes have provided an improving effect. This approach helps to choose the alternative most in line with the established goals. Moreover, this tool can and should be also used for monitoring. After a period of time from the implementation of the new plan, you can start the circuit, census, analysis and evaluation to see if the results are in line with what you want to achieve. This capability is extremely useful for making the annual plan updated and resilient. Thank you.
Thank you. It's an interesting tool for monitoring urban sprawl and its effect, but sometimes there is another one, I think. There is a more invisible form of urban sprawl, and sometimes too there is interaction between urban activity and agriculture, and I think it's I don't know if it's possible to add other item, more quality item. I don't know if it's possible or not.
Yes, it's possible, and this is a methodological approach because it's a tested approach to see if the results could be significant. And but of course, if you
increase the number
of items, the result is more specifically, and you can direct the result based on what you want to investigate. So you can insert in this methodological approach some analysis on the specific items, or in a more complex and general understand of the dynamics of the territory. In this case, it was about sprawl, but only for 3 or 4 items linked with sprawl. Also because the approach was to test this method.
That is all for this session. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much, Sylvie. And now there is a presentation of 2 books in a shop books in Piazza Roma, very close to Piazza del Popolo, this location. I invite you and see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Thank you very much.
It was difficult, the choice, because someone remember Alberto Clementi that suggests to go in this way, the way of to use the landscape as point of view. I remember Carlo Gasparini that go in another way, the territorial question as a point of view to choose the system of mobility. It was difficult, but at the end we chose the point of view of the landscape.
In particolare rigore questa indagine che avete protagonista non da poco tempo su questi temi, che sono temi su cui si interroga tutta la comunità e che in qualche misura sollecitano anche le riflessioni del decisore pubblico. Riflessioni del decisore pubblico che non possono da quelli che sono le traiettorie oggetto delle vostre analisi, dei vostri approfondimenti. C'è un tema che rimanda, partendo dal paesaggio, a questioni che ineriscono direttamente lo sviluppo possibile della modernità, che necessariamente deve riannodare i fili di una relazione positiva con l'altro da sé e con l'ambiente, secondo quelli che sono sicuramente i paradigmi che ho letto nelle vostre impostazioni e nelle vostre abstract. Mi permetto di, ma lo fate anche voi nelle vostre, in quella parte delle vostre tesi che ho potuto leggere, rimandare a due questioni che a me paiono riferimenti ai fini di un auspicato conseguimento dell'obiettivo di un patrimonio rurale, culturale, marginale da porre al centro dello sviluppo economico possibile, o almeno di una parte dello sviluppo di questa società. La questione della sostenibilità economica di questi processi, che non è impossibile affrontare, perché rimandano tanto a quello che è capitato all'inizio dell'anno 1000 nella nostra civiltà occidentale. Il monachesimo sostanzialmente si basava su traiettorie direttrici non dissimili a quello che, ovvero una accettazione del contesto rurale come luogo di diffusione civile, antropologica e economica. Se uno guarda, se uno legge i vostri pamphlet e i vostri abstract, non può non ripensare agli effetti del buon governo sulle campagne degli affreschi del fratello Lorenzetti del Palazzo Comunale di Siena, proprio perché lo sviluppo può essere il frutto di un'armonia che è quella che voi in qualche modo cercate di conservare e promuovere. C'è però una questione che da un lato rimanda alla sostenibilità economica di questi processi e un'altra questione, che riguarda anche alla fondazione culturale, che va nel senso di sollecitare le componenti antropologiche che non possono non essere sottese a questi modelli di sviluppo da recuperare. Cioè solo con un'antropologia positiva e quindi un'azione culturale forte è possibile permeare queste idee, questi paradigmi di sviluppo di cui c'è molto bisogno. Scusate se mi sono avventurato su queste valutazioni, ma sono direttamente interessato perché penso che questi schemi, che hanno un rigore scientifico molto ben definito grazie alla vostra competenza, possano anche avventurarsi in ipotesi applicative che nelle piccole città italiane, nelle piccole comunità come quella di Ascoli, potrebbero avere anche qualche margine empirico di sperimentazione. Adesso la nostra città di 160 km2, che è bellissima per 40 km2, che è la parte urbanizzata. Noi abbiamo 120 km che sono patrimonio rurale, che ha tutte le caratteristiche di quei borghi che voi indagate come oggetto della vostra riflessione. Quindi buon lavoro, buona fortuna, perché la buona fortuna del vostro processo potrebbe essere anche la nostra in discipline pubblici. Grazie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Andrew. Now we can start this session. The title of the special session is Resilient Adriatic Landscapes Case Study Overview. My name is Andrea Galli. I work at the University, Technical University of Marche region. And I am the representative of in the UNISCAPE network. In our university, we founded some years ago a landscape research center after our participation in UNISCAPE, a research center dedicated especially to analysis and study of landscape. I'm very happy to be here today, and remember that a few years ago, exactly on March of 2009, in Ascoli, Piceno, all council of Forest University signed a document entitled Alliance for the Landscape of Marche Region. And in the slide you can see some newspaper articles about this event. Why the four universities decided to design, to prepare this document, which is mostly dedicated to landscape conservation and preservation. Because many researchers and scholars in this university were at that time really worried about the future of our landscape. We were observed many phenomena operating against, let's say, against the resilience of our landscape. Just some titles, to give an example. Urban sprawl, soil sealing, loss of agricultural landscape, loss of biodiversity, fragmentation, increasing of human impact, but in particular on the coastal range, the abandonment of land mainly in the inner hilly part of our region, decreasing of hydrological fragility and loss of identity, loss of cultural heritage. So we push our actors, our council to define a statement like this document. But now which is the situation? What is the situation? It's more or less, we can say it's the same. In recent study from regional office, cartographic regional office, we can observe this situation. Between 1857 and 2010, we lost 2,500 square kilometers of by soil sealing, and surface more or less equal to the surface of the province of Macerata, which is the most large province in Marche region. And in the same period, we register an increment equal more than 300% of urban areas, in front of an increment equal of 37% of people. So this shows that there is something wrong in this dynamic. And also in the same study, we have had information by regional offices about urban area extension, but as you can see in this picture, nothing about rural agricultural, rural natural landscape. Only the city and their evolutions were taken account. This is sure very important, but also other part of landscape, rural landscape, is very important, and we don't have any information about it. In the context of the the updating of the first landscape regional planning, which is in this period ongoing process, we can get some more information. We have organization and analysis in the main landscape area and a more detailed landscape area. But in this analysis were used general and not detailed information as Corinne land use land cover map, which is a map by European level, at European level, and not so detailed at the scale of local and sub-regional site. So it's a little bit better, but we need all information, we need more information, we need to go in deeper in analysis of our landscape. So maybe from this occasion we can propose, as other colleagues of other University of Marco region, a new phase dedicated to build, to construct a landscape observatories, maybe in each province, not at regional level, but at local level, with a contact with people and with landscape that we are living in. This is one important role for UNISCAPE, and last year, the fall of last year, we have had the second seminar of landscape dedicated to landscape observatories in Europe. And this maybe could be a proposal from this seminar. I think the presentation, the following presentation could help us to understand something more about approach, methodologies, and other things about study of our landscape in general, not only of Marco region, obviously. So I invite the first speaker, Roberta Cocci-Giffoni, and the title of his presentation is Quality of the Landscape and Quality of Life in the Sustainable Adriatic Sea.
Good morning. Thank you to Professor Dragatti for the introduction. I'm an independent professional engineer participating at the UNICAPE research for the landscape quality for life in the sustainable Adriatic Sea, a consultant, or if you prefer, as witness of the multidisciplinary approach that characterizes the research itself. I'm going to introduce the topic of the research, and then I will let the colleague professor speak about the frontier aspect. Quickly, in the following slides, I will present the area of the research as the result of an application of a simple methodology, the web search for images, This picture is quite interesting, considering the landscape approach and the perceptual consideration related to the European Landscape Convention. In this picture, referred to expert knowledge, that is a diagram of the cost developed for a conference on the theme of the Adriatic Sea that puts the emphasis on its linearities and the spatial relations with other important cities of the area. On the left picture, the work of an Italian artist or an architect inspired by the Adriatic Sea that underlines its never-ending linear development. The second picture is related to magazine chronicle and show a positive trend regarding the socio-economical aspects, but we can see how small is the distance of the buildings from the coast and the difficulty in the reading of a hierarchy in the urban fabric. Also, the third image illustrates a chronicle event, a flash flood, pointing out the rising hydraulic risk in relation to climate change. This fourth image focuses on the risk of having an extreme long continuous urban street near the beach in erosion, as easily understandable looking at the long strips of rocks positioning in front of it. Just another picture of urban studies in the Adriatic Sea. In this position and at the end of the series that I collected, a project that proposes the improvement of rail links as a solution to the problems of mobility in the inner city. In few pictures, we have many concepts represented that the research will have to deal with: city form, hydraulic risk, resiliency, mobility, accessibility, socio-economic development, and so on. Integrated multidisciplinary skills such as ecology, thermodynamics, statistical mechanics, geology, technological sciences, economics, sociology, and of course architecture and urban planning will contribute to the research. So, the core of the research: understanding the key factor that control the relationship between quality of landscape and quality of life. The aim is the definition of a landscape index able to measure the urban sustainability and quality of life. The index will be a powerful base for a support system decision for the benefit of the public decision maker. Three main areas of research have been defined: identity and pleasant, efficient, nice, clean, and healthy. The first line of the research explored the role of parks, open spaces, and gardens of the city, their relationship with the environmental infrastructure of the surrounding area, the role of slope paths, and architectural and archaeological resources, the role of the centrality and the collective bases that identify the city. This other line of research concerns the overall organization of the city and its energy needs at different scales of planning intervention. It also concerns the links that these themes have with the urban and economic planning of the city and its local context. The aim is to improve the quality of building products and open spaces, all this because of an overall reduction of energy consumption and a wider and more intelligent use of energy for renewable sources. In this study, landscape is linked to energy that becomes subject and structure from new landscapes. Thank you. Okay. So the third line of research explore the themes of safety and quality of the main components of urban environment, air, water, and soil. In particular, our research aims to examine these components with reference to different scales of the organization of the city and their relation with local context. All this in order to facilitate the reduction of pollutants and to raise the quality of urban environment. In this study, the relationship between health sciences, natural and organic is particularly close, and a special effort will be made to facilitate arguments and comparisons of language and method. The analysis started from well-consolidated indicators that have been selected from a wide range of different sources and organized in 3 big groups according to the 3 main areas of research that has just been illustrated. We have compiled the first list of indicators. We have identified 175 indicators through literature, grouped according to the 3 aspects of the research identified in subsections. I will briefly present first the approach used to select the case study. The map is the result of a geographical interpretation of Eurostat population data, luckily data missing in the East Adriatic coast for politics region, but it gives immediately the perception of the people distribution along the area of interest of the research. This other picture presents the result of a European landmark project as briefly described in the slide. It is interesting to note how only few urban areas are recognized along the Adriatic coast applying this methodology. Among these we find Ancona. This different statistical geospatial analysis based on the population grid seems more appropriate to describe the Adriatic city at a small scale. In the picture, the urban areas represented in darker color show very well the linear development along the coast as well as in some of the valley of the Marche region. Considering that the research there are no specific provisions for data collection phase, it is necessary to consider as case study a place with the maximum amount of information available, so that the frequent missing data situation will not invalidate the testing phase of the theoretical work. Ancona is included in the European Urban Atlas. Many raw data are available from databases created from the Marche region, Ministry of Environment, private institutions that distribute open data. The research will use the result and information coming from a precedent study carried out by Marche region regarding environment and soil seeding in 2 functional areas in Marche region. The strategic development plan of the metropolitan area will be used as context for testing the said indicators. Okay. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Galli, for your kind introduction. Thank you, Sebastiano, for your useful and very interesting presentation that I can be considered as the first part of our research work. I will add some technical aspects, and it's important, I think, that before I say just a few words in introducing myself, because I think that it is important to understand what will I talk about this research, talk about the new methodology that we are searching, that we are looking for. So I am a physicist, and better, I have a degree in theoretical physics and a PhD in applied physics. So I think that I have a right balance in my educational content to deal with the complexity. Deal with the complexity of the system, to deal with the complexity of the city, and so to deal with the planners of the city, and so with the humans. I think that this is the first way in our school that we are working and we are researching in a very close manner. So now I'll talk about quality of the landscape and quality of life, and about this new methodology. Okay. And this research that Sebastiano described before can be considered the first step in identifying development scenarios that are not only most suitable respond to the needs and the expectation of different territories, but which are also sustainable from the environmental and energetic point of view. This is an important goal, and so we started in 2013, and this research aims to identify a multi-objective parameterization, and so to reach an optimization in order to study the connection, the mutual and dynamic relationship, but also the link and the adaptability between different attributes of the urban form. And usually this can be represented by the standard morphological, geometrical, energetic and thermal comfort indicator, but we are searching new parameters. And so this is our primary target, primary goal of this research. In fact, we would like to reach to plan a city and that can be considered a place with a new and more sustainable way of living and also working, with a new social relationship, with a smarter way of using one's time, and so with better quality of life. So we decided to consider 5 steps. The first one is a multi-criteria assessment instrument that was considered in order to obtain new indication about traditional urban sustainability indicator. Based on the verticality of the investigative trend, we are searching new parameters considering the horizontal links between a lot of fields, environmental fields, energetic fields, thermal comfort fields, environmental fields, and so on. Acting individually, the old indicators, to define too, have been shown to be widely insufficient for considering urban complexity, and also ineffective for proposing new elements of support with respect to strategic and structural planning instruments. So we are trying to use a new methodology to consider the connection and direct and inverse correlation between different attributes of the urban form. The construction of such parameterization model will allow different hypothetical development scenarios identified for the urban form to be tested for the sustainability. And so we decided to develop a parametric simulation using a multi-objective optimization tool named Mod Frontier. This is a multi-objective optimization tool that can be considered an integration platform that is used to optimize and arrange various parameters. It's used in economic field, but we can try to use it with the city. So, we consider three indicators. The first one is an indicator linked to the thermal comfort index, and it is the PPT index, percentage satisfied, and it is an index that is linked to the urban geography parameters. That is the second one we considered, and as a ratio between heat to wind and of the street. And the last one is the urban capacity. The ratio were between surface and volume, and it is a non-dimensional index. The case study, as abbiamo before, is Ancona in the Marche region, in the central Italy. We consider a typical patch of city for an Adriatic city. In Ancona, the average building age is about 4 or 5 floors. Most of the buildings are rather old. A few modern buildings are being built, and weight ratio buildings in Ancona affect the shading patterns and solar radiation. So this is important also for the microclimates in the urban area. This ratio, H weight, creates both positive and negative effects on the microclimate that can be considered and categorized as Mediterranean. We consider in our study 11 courtyard type buildings in the shape of a parallelepiped with a rectangular base, and an additional 10 buildings with a square base. As you can see in the picture. And for optimization, a genetic algorithm was used. This algorithm is able to find the best combination near to the real Pareto frontier for many problems. And with the aim, the goal of optimizing the thermal comfort index, the scale factor, the capacity function, this tool was used in order to minimize the capacity that represents the energy in our study, and maximize the thermal comfort index. So we are looking for a city which uses little energy and can be considered a place where we can live well. Simulation were made both for the winter and the summer scenarios, and you can see some parameters. These are all real data that we use from weather station, and we have considered some range for temperature in winter scenario and summer scenario, so that for the wind speed, for the humidity, and so on. Just some results for each meteorological scenario, winter and summer. A Pareto frontier, that is this line, this blue line, was formed after 10,000 rats, and this frontier can be defined as the best individuals that are not strictly dominated. In other words, it represents the solution to a multi-objective optimization problem. We consider three results, for example, and the big one is 2 and is 3. We can say in the table the values that characterize these results. So we have different height, different humidity, different only in the third case temperature, and a nice wind speed, and the values for different for the thermal comfort. In the first case we have a good thermal comfort, in the third case we have discomfort, and but we have in this case a low energy consumption. So we can decide what is the best choice, and we can decide if, because of all the points on the Pareto frontier, can be considered good choice. This result is the result of my summer scenario. The values show are representative of different planning situations and environment, rendering such a new technique that we consider flexible from both the planning and the territorial point of view. And this is what we obtained for the winter scenario. During the winter scenario, this does not occur. This means that the minimum points selected are not optimal for the quantity considered. So we have a solution only for the summer, but not for the winter. We are looking for, we are searching to understand this result, and this is only the first case, and there is a correlation between only two quantities, only 2 parameters, but so can so in conclusion, we would like to present this analysis that can be viewed as the first step, just only the first step in this new methodology, but we think that it shows promising potential for describing geometrical design information with scale value in meteorological scenario, and we know that further developments are needed. So thank you for kind attention.
After the coffee break, we had a discussion about all the Seminari Interessante city. So I invite for 2 questions. First, to the discussants present, Gian Musan, Carlo Sparini, Giorgio Osti, and Luca Serrata, to offer his reflections and his conclusion about the several different parts of the seminary. The session A, B, C, please. And I would also invite the people, to the students and the professors, to come a little near for discussion. It's important to have the possibility to fight, to look in the face with the people. So in this part of the seminary, I invite everybody to come here and sit down around the table or together. Maybe after the break, So I invite the organization to close all the city areas and offer the possibility for people to come here and sit down around this table. Well, I proposed the small iteration of each one of the discussions, and if somebody wants to do some questions to them, please, after the small iteration, you can ask some questions. Okay.
Of a methodology defined, notified, and studied traditional agricultural landscape, their dynamic and transformation. They explain us that the definition of traditional agricultural landscape is the result of a dynamic balance between secular and reciprocal interaction between the environment and population. They show us that traditional practice are using functional choice according to the psychological condition and the natural vegetation. They are directly related to the place. This study helps them to propose planning and governance action able to consider agriculture's landscape as a key tools in terms of development for those regions. Like the presentation before, it seems that the concept of resilience was understood as a way to enhance the advantage on the quality of the place was being carried those agricultural traditional landscape. Maddalena Franzosi has been doing the next presentation. She spoke about San Pietro in the southwest of Sardinia, aims to replace the local economy based on mass tourism with a more sustainable approach. She starts by giving us an interesting definition of resilience. A place can be considered resilient for its capability not so much to overcome a transformation or to return to its initial state, but to manage and direct such a change. This definition could more or less apply to the two presentations before. Concerning the project of San Pietro, she told us the importance of taking in consideration landscape peculiarity defined through a semiotic methodology. Tadala School gave the next presentation. She showed us a task she has been designing with a student in the city of Bucharest. She demonstrated us about the interest to discuss the potential of historical monument in taking in consideration residual neglected landscape. It showed us how those residual spaces are essential to resilience quality of cities. To finish, Marina Tonatora explained how green change is affecting new reality. Listening about all those inspiring presentations, it was clear that the speakers has been establishing a strong relationship between what is defined as sustainable territories, social, economical, environmental qualities, and resilience. They were very concerned to demonstrate the strong relationship between the place and the necessity of an immanent action, taking into consideration the complexity of the place. Like Maddalena Franzosi said, they were concerned of managing and directing landscape change, and it seems to be clear that active policy are essential to participate to the resilience of place and landscape. Thank you very much.
Sorry for the participants to my session B, but I will not do the summary of their presentation, but extreme synthesis of the session. So I was discussant in this session. Chairwoman was Angioletta Voghera, that is not here. I cannot compensate for my lapse. The title of the session was "The Landscape as a Community Project, the Role of Inhabitants in the Construction, Restoration of Territorial Memory." I read the title because the title is very good and represent very well the presentation. So it was a case interesting where the presentation were fit very well with the session. That is a problem in the congresses, as you know. So in program there were 5 presentations, but only 4. One very interesting with an extended abstract on a case of Rice Park in Milan, in the South Milan Park. So the other presentation concentrates on 2 points. First, the conceptual arrangements around the landscape, the tools box for developing landscape, I would say as a framework. I would like to think landscape as a boundary object. It's not a neutral term, boundary object, but is referred to a theoretical discussion of what are boundary objects. In fact, ancillary correlated tools were green infrastructure, multi-level governance, ecological ecosystems. So the impression was of a fresh concept able to found an innovative perspective for planning and social action. So a performative concept, a concept able to move, to mobilize people. Second point, for all the presentations, there are some mistakes on the text, but please, was surely participation. Again, I would say a magic word, a key able to open all the doors. Participation is like Red Cross. Who can shoot Red Cross? Outside easy irony, it's clear that involvement, bottom-up of citizens, local inhabitants, involvement is a necessary ingredient of every planning process. The presentations correctly illustrated phases, ways, also limits of participation. For example, the occurrence of biases and imbalances among various groups who are involved in the participation. The old fashion of paternalism, or more elegantly, the predominance of a top-down approach was clarified and cleared by the presentation. 2 critical points. One is a misunderstanding on the term resilience. That is the conference title. And for this critical point, I use an information given me from the former discussant. He's not anymore here. Okay. Okay, thank you. This morning during the breakfast, it told me that it was enlightening. The concept is evocated, but actually all the presenters think not to resilience, but to resilience. A new word, a neologism, not mine of course, but a new is starting in the next days, next years you will see these terms advance. It's very useful to indicate that we are committed not to restore a past landscape, but to create a new one. Because resilience means to restore a precedent balanced situation. It's an ecological term. To return to a at the previous situation. In this sense, the title of the session, The Role of Inhabitants in the Construction, not Restoration, of Territorial Value, fits very well the human attitude to manage the environment. I would say, again, a mild anthropocentrism. We mustn't do this war against anthropocentrism. It's really a ridiculous war, because we are, for our nature, anthropocentric. So the matter is the degree of anthropocentrism. Second critical point, we must focalize more on relationship between participated landscape construction and administration and political sphere. Of course, presenters have a clear idea on the factor personalized, ambiguous, tiring relationship with administrators. What lacks is a theory of this relationship. I mean, a general, Gambino would say, systemic vision of the issue. What do I mean? A landscape planning, monitoring, and even management are operations that need resources, financial resources, and we must find an agreement on the distribution of this burden. In other words, who and how, because it's not indifferent how we collect money from the people. And so, who and how pay for the landscape construction? Only political sphere can decide that. I want to conclude then with a sentence of one of the presenters. Sorry for this privilege to just quote one presenter. That is Soazindarnai. Okay, pronunciation very bad. Landscape is landscape in Catalonia is a political concept. Perfect way to summarize all the session. Thank you.
I try to resume at the most relevant point we discussed yesterday in session C. The landscape is designing a new form for the city. I pick up three points. First, we have 5 presentations. I don't resume it. It was just for Jonah Krarup about Danish planning for climate change, Alexander Kantarsis about green infrastructure in the city, Francesca Calas and Carlo Angelastro about strategic resource around barrel, Chiara Camaroni, sorry for my Italian accent, about urban planning on coastal landscape, and Michela Tolli about tools to measure urban school impact. During all this session, the first point came a lot of time was the difficulty to determine which is the good level of the good organization of a landscape planning project. There are always issues pending and answers impossible. On one hand, the national level coordinates different types of policy, land use, natural resource, pollution, biodiversity, climate change. But it appears this level doesn't really manage action. for transforming the city. On the other hand, the local level is the level for action, but needs to consider different interests. Different presentations show that action needs to be built in relation with a project for communities. The second point was the perspective of an rural and urban continuum. The urban school takes place in agricultural area, in farmland even, and agriculture can resist on an economic point of view. But rural and urban organizations are now mixed, and the landscape has been produced by various human activities, agriculture, but also industrial activity in rural area too. No, but it's not. It's always more ancient. For example, our lands. It exists since the 19th century in the east of France. But now there is another problem: is how to manage this urban and rural continuum in urban planning policy, and the smaller municipalities are not really adapted to manage that. And Jonah presents her Danish territory reform with larger local territories. And she presents us like an opportunity for a better coordination between local and state level, but also between nature use and nature conservation. The last point I resume is the potential of landscape approach in metropolitan planning. The water management is an important issue to conciliate landscape systemic morphology, risk, climate change management, and living environment. Greening the city is benefit to improve environment, but we need to determine what already exists, what we can reduce, restore, or renaturalize. Landslides for rainwater receptor, like Francesca showed us, or some building, like Alexander showed us, but which ones? It seems that the new form of the city need more collaboration between private and public interest. It's need also to involve people because it's not enough to determine what exists and what we can use. We have to determine also what people need. And I just finished by an example in Seattle, a green corridor between mountain and sea has been designed during the walking Trust Foundation Mountain to the Sea, organized a trek with 100 persons, and during this trek they decide the path, the trek through natural space, very large space, suburban and city center. Here, ecological function can be excluded from everyday use. And I think it's a very reason for what we discussed yesterday, because environmental connection are also a social and economic connection between coast and hinterland, between urban and peri-urban and rural areas. Thanks.
Grazie, thank you very much. I would like just to remember the name of this session, that was Landscaping Overcoming the Economic Crisis. And it is important to stress the title, because maybe the main question that was asked in this session was whether and how can landscape provide adequate assets or resources that might be used to overcome the signs or the wounds of the economic crisis on the territory. Which means that, if you wish, our session was maybe slightly more ambitious than the rest of the conference when addressing the issue of resilience, because we were asked to check whether we can ask landscape to perform a proactive action, or if you wish, an enhanced form of resilience, which means that it should deliver as a result economic growth and social growth coupled together, as it will result from the description of the contributions that were collected under this title. And moreover, it seems that this growth is expected to be measurable. So we need a kind of a metric to understand that some growth has happened actually. Reading the papers and listening to the presentations yesterday afternoon, it was quite clear that there is also another need, a preliminary need in introducing the session, that is, all the experiences that were presented, all the papers were focusing on the local level. So the point of view of that session, even if the goal was to address the global economic crisis, was focused on the local level. And this is something I will try to stress now when presenting the contents. Another remark is that the cases that we had the opportunity to listen to were quite diverse. But also thanks to the coordinator of the session, Professor Gambino, we tried to identify a list of issues that were quite common to all the presentations, that included the problem of the economic crisis, obviously, the attractiveness of the territories, the need for innovation in addressing the problem, the presence of a significant cultural heritage that was present almost across all the presentations, a problem of governance, and a problem that has been dealt with more in depth in another session that was the one of participation. Quite rapidly going through the presentations that were held there, that were 4 ones, they focused on different regions. In particular, one used the paradigm of post-rurality and suggested this could be a point of departure for envisaging a potential strategic development of a territory where there is a need for diversification, because it is quite a rich territory. It is the Chianti area in Tuscany. And all the paper was based on the concept of attractiveness, suggesting, that's interesting, that local resources and peculiar enabling conditions of that particular area, including one that is quite important to stress, that is the exposure to and familiarity with global trade and the presence of foreign direct investment in the region, could act as the basis for better development in the future, and also the social aspects, a wider participation of that part of the local population that currently is not really included in the decision-making and economic processes taking place in that area. A second case that was presented was an interesting experience with landscape reclamation in Catalonia, which certainly delivered benefits across the whole spectrum of sustainability, in particular in terms of water sewage treatment for a municipality, creation of a Natura 2000 site, construction of an education center, and setup of a green belt for recreational use in the area that attracted some 400 persons a day on average. And how was this project made possible? Thanks to the availability of EU funds, of a huge amount of EU funds actually. And this experience maybe taught us that public money can be invested in projects that might deliver both private and public goods. But both of them need to be considered. And another contribution instead contributed to shed some light on the pivotal role that landscape resources, the understanding and unexplored connections that were described by using, I think, some creative thinking, I'd say, can provide, all these resources can provide a knowledge basis for development of opportunities of an Italian region, in this case Calabria, that is confronted with decay and a still poor perception of the quality of the region itself by large public. In this case, the contribution has done something like drilling an oil well, estimated the resource availability in terms of cultural and landscape assets, and also the potential exploitation patterns, but there is not the engine in this case. You have the fuel, you don't have the engine. So there is room for understanding which might be the right way to instill positive local development by means of these important resources. There is another case I really wanted to mention that was dealing with a decaying industrial sector being responsible historically for deep landscape transformation, that is the mining sector in Sicily. The history of the site tells that change has never stopped there. However, it is essential in this sector, notwithstanding some very good case studies that were recalled, as the one in Pas-de-Calais with the reclamation of formerly mining area. It is essential, I was suggesting, to determine which is the cost of this resilience, and to understand if the scenarios you can depict by using those data are economically viable. Coming up to some general conclusions on all the abstracts and the presentations that we have heard, I have identified some points on which maybe some debate might develop in the future. The first one is that the assets analyzed by the papers are invariably local factors, being intrinsically connected to landscape and its values. In this line, the link to the global level would deserve a major attention from all these projects. The global level is not analyzed in depth. There is a lot on the local level, but the connection between the local level and the global level is quite weak on average. Second point, the paradigm of value creation that is intrinsically present in all the presentation is societal, because it addresses also the non-economic pillars of sustainability, and this requires that these projects can be started only on the basis of a multiple set of indicators that might range on the long run and address all the dimensions and values of sustainable development. In this line, I just mentioned, as I did yesterday during the section, that the EU Commission DG for Regional and Urban Policy is expected to use the so-called Social Progress Index to allocate some 60 billion of euros in deprived regions in the near future. So this is a kind of an approach that is supported by quite a strong institutional will. Third point, the landscape as it is depicted by these contributions is a set that delivers in particular public and semi-public goods. You know that the problem with public goods, especially under the economic point of view, is that they are non-excludable and non-rival in consumption. But you have to pay to produce them as if they were private goods. And that's the main problem you have with public goods. So those public goods result as the efforts that are undertaken by several actors living on the same territory. And very often it is a case of private provision of public goods. Now, consistently with this undeniable nature of public policy, of all the experiences that were analyzed, the role of governance played by public institutions appears to be fully justified and very delicate. In particular, it seems that a greater attention could be given to the paradigm of green economy that, in short, is expected to deliver both public and private benefits, but in a clear context of markets, so in a profit-oriented system. And but doing that in taking into consideration the goals of resource efficiency, low carbon actions, and social inclusiveness, that is the third element of green economy. It seems that at the moment there are not enough instruments for decision making that can support public investment that goes in this direction. And another remark is that is very linked to the economic aspect of this session, and that is that the subject of landscape use as a resource has to be addressed with a growing attention to the providers of fresh money, which means citizens and businesses, in a context wherein the prevailing economic policies in the European Union, low interest rates, the quantitative easing by the European Central Bank, the Juncker Plan, for instance, seem to support joint private-public investments in framework infrastructures. And we know that underinvestment is a major problem in Europe, in the United States, and in major economies. However, the point is, the quality of the investment that is to be proposed to those actors, to businesses and to private investors, has to be high and has to be able to pay back by means of increasing returns and real growth creation. If not, you will not find money to support those investments. Therefore, there is a need for means to measure the effectiveness of this kind of investment. And policymakers should try to abandon the old-time idea that some investments can be made only using public money. We need to find attractive enough investment in which also other resources can go. And that's a great challenge for all the projects dealing with landscape. Finally, I would like to add that a resilient landscape seems to require to manage complexity and adapt to change, including change in the informational context, in the information that are available to people living in the landscape, the territory, and the economic change in framework conditions.
Different shocks can have different origins and can bring different economic consequences. A resilient landscape, as suggested also yesterday by Massimo Ciarcolini in his presentation, has to be managed with what is happening, really. And maybe later in the debate we might have the opportunity to go deeper also in this. These are the basic conclusions that we can draw. Thank you.
I will invite all the people that are in the round table, from all the people, all the presidents, but particularly all the people that participate, like coordinators and discussants in all the sessions, and also Michele Italia, that's here, and François Marcel. Well, we have, I think, enough time, half an hour, maybe a little more, so to make some reflection about this whole thing. No? I would like only to have a very quick reflection about 3 points. And after that, I offer all the participants, all the people here, if you like, and also please, and the discussants and the coordinators, and Michele and François, the possibility to get in also in the data reflection. Well, this quick reflection for me on the table, I will offer 3 questions about the matter, about the arguments that I listened in these 2 days. First of one is in reference at the declaration of Tullio Pericoli. The pages, where the book is there outside, and he presents, I think, very interesting this presentation, and very peculiar presentation of the artist. And I think I am very glad, and also the congratulations for the organizer, that they call 2 artists, Guido Guidi and Tullio Pericoli, to offer his reflection about the landscape. So first of all, I think it's very good, very good condition to this argument about the resilience. But in particular, the reference to Tullio Pericoli, and also the title, the landscape not seen, I think is very absolutely important in the real meaning of this seminary. Because at the end, he speaks very clear that he was speaking about one term, Italian term, Latin term, this in tissue. All this reflection about the landscape is in tissue. I mean, in the middle to see, or not to see. About the perception, it's the same in the first chapter of the European Landscape Convention. It's not to see the landscape, it's to perceive the landscape. It is quite different. And I think the intervention of Tullio Pericoli was very clear to recognize the difference between the vision of the landscape and the perception of the landscape. So I would like to continue about this argument, but because he explained very clear the difference between them. And also saying that it's absolutely necessary not continue to see landscape, and it's necessary to perceive landscape. So in this case, I would like to make some critics that in some reflection, not only in this seminary, in many seminaries, not only in UNISCAPE Seminari En-Route, but also seminary about the landscape in Europe. Normally, not till this moment, normally the papers don't speak about the perception of the landscape, and normally they speak about the vision of the landscape. And see, we must recognize that this is the critical point for understanding not only the landscape, not also the term resilient landscape. So, but I thank you very much to Tullio to introduce this term very clear. But another way, I think it's important, recognize today that this vision, this reference to Tullio Pericoli and this intervention, will permit us to understand that is only this is one part of the landscape, because another part of the landscape is in situ. In Latin, in situ. I mean, not in visu, in situ. And in situ, that don't speak to the Pericoli, because his discipline is about the question of the vision and perception. In situ is the matter made of some intervention, some paper that we listened in the last 2 days here. But the condition, like say very clear to the Pericoli, and the matter, the question is, it's today possible to recognize and to speak about the landscape only in one of the conditions, only in visu, or only in situ. Tullio Pericoli responds very clear to this question. It's impossible. Today it's absolutely necessary to introduce both. So, ethic condition and aesthetic condition inside of all the arguments and disciplines that would like to speak about the landscape. This is the question. And I think many of the papers that we present today, many of the papers also speak in the some transversal condition and the tangential condition about this. First question. Second question. I would like to recognize these three questions are transversal. I mean, like Italo Calvino wrote in one beautiful book called El Visconde Remediato. I don't know the traduction in English, but El Visconde Remediato was very clear. The transversality of the components that Italo Calvino exposed into as argument when he speaks about not only the things in the life, the landscape, the city, but all the conditions, the arguments of the world. But in the same case, these three arguments, the question for me are transversal in all the disciplines for speaking about the landscape. The second one is about I think I recognize in the end of this whole intervention, the 4 sessions, after the beautiful and interesting report of the discussant, that maybe there are 2 positions very clear. Some of the paper, some reflection that speak that like the church, no? Like this. Some think that the church is here, like the land, and the monument are very peculiar, like the church, and some of the papers say, no, it's not enough. We need to change the paper. We need to change the church form to recognize new capacity of the landscape to introduce new system in the construction of the church form. So it's not different between the person of the papers or reflection that think that maybe it's necessary. Normally speak also only the land, and maybe other paper only speak the space. Or more land in the space or more space in the land. Anyway, maybe the question for me is resilient city or excellent city, that you say very clear, and better. We need one chess ball new to play chess, or maybe we do not need to play more chess. It's probably maybe the rules and the policy of the chess for the landscape maybe it's not necessary with the same arguments naturally. And normally all the policy and all the rules that we are speaking in the last 2 days about the landscape are the same. The normal same, but the situation today about the problems of the landscape. So, for example, about this, normally everybody said recognize in the resilient city the necessity of the flexibility in the plans. That is impossible. It's impossible today to speak about the flexibility in the plans because the landscape policy is in the basement of these plans is all the oil and the regulation of the land, not the space, the land. So when we are speaking about the flexibility of the landscape plans, we are only speaking about the land, not the space. And see, this is very important considerations. For this thing, maybe it's necessary to change the chess wall and introduce the landscape not only like policy, you know, like new rules and new capacity to understand what is the table for play. And the table is the chess wall, is the rules of the chess wall for any other question. In this case, it's the same, the participation and all the is in the same form. For example, it was very clear when the section B said very clear that landscape is a political concept in Catalonia, I think so. Yes, because the rules are clear. It's the government of Catalonia and it's the rules, exactly the rules of the government, national government, and the conditions, the power of Catalan that introduce all the rules and the policy about the landscape. Don't change anything. Don't change anything. It's necessary to introduce change. It's necessary to have the possibility to change the case law to another place to play the other form. For me, this is the question. The second question, we introduce here the participation, the policy, the planning, the flexibility, and then the condition of the resilient city. That is exactly to understand the relation between these concepts. Second question. And the third question, for me also very important, after these 2 days, is the confront between the landscape, like as a process, a formal process. The person seeing that it's necessary to continue to speak about the landscape for the resilient city, like the formal process, that I don't see too much in this today. And the person, the paper reflection, that speak that we need one new money trust. Not only in the tools, our tools, but also in the economic and in the crisis economic globalization. Money trust, I mean the change trust, to recognize what is the money, what is the change, exactly change, the economic change, the trust of the landscape. We have the tool there, the landscape, but what is the change? Now, for example, when I go to the bank, I know exactly the change for the different several money you want. Now, exactly when we are speaking about the landscape, what is the value of the landscape? How is possible to recognize the value of the landscape today? In this case, I told in the beginning, I think it's necessary to confront 2 aspects. The landscape as process, formal process, and the landscape like the trust new policy. In this case, we don't forget that for when we are speaking about normally in the landscape, we must introduce both together. In the same case, like the in situ or in situ, and the condition of the resilient city is exactly the contradiction between these concepts. Well, these 3 questions offered to you. And after that, I offer all the participants, all the discussants, and all the coordinator, and also Michel Francois, his intervention, if somebody wants to speak. I only have a small contribution. I would like to speak please, the intervention very short and very clear and very synthetic. And if the public would like to speak, please tell me, and I give it will be absolutely to the well, won't be
sharing between us. First of all, there is a large absence of boundary between the discipline which each of us are utilized in the contribution. Second, there is a large centrality of knowledge in our confidence and in the story and the paper contribution that we have presented in these 2 days. Knowledge and the economy of knowledge in the process that we are organizing in our territories. Third, I notice a great divide between old urban areas, which are experimenting a slow or rapidly decreasing of the population, and the new one in Asia, Africa, or South America, which are outside our referment territories that we better know. But there are impressive scenarios of the cities of the future. Again, there is a large share of interest and interpretation about the main theme of this conference, the resilience. Just Osti in the last his contribution experiment a different interpretation of this theme. I hope he could return on this interpretation in this peculiar theme, in peculiar lecture of resilience. Secondly, I would like to share the awareness that the struggle for cities and landscape, for cities and landscape more resilient, is a long-term project. We are just at the beginning of the road to a more resilient. So I suppose that this problem could be at the center of our attention and work and studies in next decades. So we don't have to hurry to find a solution and therapy for this problem. In the papers presented into these days, I notice a huge difference in the maturity of realizations, but all of them are yet very experimental and borderline. You have to segmentate this experience and try to find a therapy, a manual of good practice to diffuse, to share between us. We have to know that the problem of resilience is at the center of the agenda in the policy and scientific terms. Now we are the time to think about this problem, because almost in Europe and in the old industrial world, the economic crisis gave us time to find a solution. But in the next few years,
probably, I hope, this crisis is going to finish, to stop. And the time to reflect, to study, to try solution for a new urban paradigm, for a new economic model is probably going to be very short. I suppose that other people, policies, politicians, and citizens will ask us to a ready solution for the new scenarios. Thank you.
Oh, really? Is that sure? The idea stuck in my mind because it clashed with my own experience. I am not so convinced that they're always so positive, both from an environmental and social point of view. They may, on some occasions, generate very negative and unexpected side effects. Let's play the devil's advocate and consider what happens when urban policies focusing on environmental goods, green amenities, nice ecosystem services succeed in creating attractive areas. In this situation, positive for urban equity and urban justice, for example. A first observation: urban injustice in the Paris metropolitan region increased significantly during the last 20 years. Curiously enough, this co-occurred with the rising of sustainability policies. Was this some sort of accident? Probably not. Policies shifted with the development of a very aggressive urban marketing initiative designed to attract upper classes and the so-called creative classes to urban centers. Linking together environmental and economic objectives, this new orientation naturally induced spatial segregation and urban injustice, since poor people lose access to nice natural and living environment because they couldn't afford to live there anymore. Thus, yes, green policies may result in dramatic, if not intentional, negative side effects for urban justice, for example. All things considered, they made good sense in coping first with the environmental bads, which, by the way, is not such a frequent attitude in real life. Another time, this case of Paris metropolitan region, where nearly 70% of the socially deprived communes, the commune is the smallest local administrative division in France governed by a mayor and council, are exposed to cumulative nuisances, mainly north of Paris. The west, the south, and Paris itself enjoys fewer nuisances and are inhabited by wealthy people. What are the determinants of such a distribution? Is it the attractiveness of a nice environment, or the avoidance of such nuisances? Put another way, is it the environmental goods or the environmental bads? A report showed that nuisances and environmental degradation are the main reasons for people to move from the place they are living. Thus, the decision to move is strongly correlated to the desire to avoid bad environmental conditions. Thus, rejection is stronger than the attractiveness of environmental amenities. Nature, silence, nice landscapes, air and water quality, and so on. The question is why? Why is the avoidance of real or imagined bad environmental conditions more decisive in explaining spatial distribution? Why does the creation of amenities, green areas, or accessible ecosystem services by themselves have virtually no effect on attractiveness? There are probably many answers to this issue. Mine is that the environment cannot be reduced to those biophysical aspects that embody a proper functional integration of urban ecosystems. In France, so-called green space, when coupled with social housing as in Saint-Denis, for example, are perceived by their inhabitants as buffer zones, created to separate them from the rest of the city. Conversely, the people living outside perceive them as dangerous areas frequented by rapists and dealers, and plotting their fantasies about the social housing blocks. The result is that nobody ever used these parks, even though they were originally designed to foster social and cultural intermingling. How ironic is that? The current regional master plan of the Paris metropolitan region proposed a quantitative objective of 10 square meters of public green areas per inhabitant, as though it were sufficient to display a green label to become suddenly friendly and sustainable. The real issue is, and it comes for asking, does it enable belonging and inclusion for populations? To design both a green and resilient landscape, I guess it is crucial to know what a good environment is for the people and the communities living there. One in which the enhancement of environmental conditions improves the living conditions and facilitates new lifestyles. A polluted environment can be a place where life is good. I don't say it's always marketable. Just think about the price of a square meter in the very center of very noisy and very polluted Manhattan, Paris or London, for example. It's polluted, but it's attractive. Conversely, an environment with cleaner and clean water can be quite intolerable, as evidenced by windswept, segregated social housing blocks settled in the middle of nowhere. Pure air, nice park, clear water, and riots. Okay, so that was something I wanted to point out at the end of this meeting, because we had a lot of very interesting things. I myself, in the plenary session at the beginning, spoke about the rural continuum and the place of urban agriculture, for example. But I think that's important to say, just keep in mind it's not always so positive, and it's not a pity to put this in music and realize what we're trying to do here. Things are not evident at all, and there can have some negative side effects we have to deal with. Maybe the subject, Massimo, to another conference. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Frank. Thank you very much. Your position on environmental physics is very clear. No, it's very clear your position about the conditions, the negative conditions that the last crisis.
There was also very positive. That's why I'm here. But at the end of this conference, I think it was important to point this.
Point, because we talk about landscape, we talk about climate change, we talk about resilience, but we don't much talk about more biophysical environment, ecology, biodiversity. That is one item important, and I think it's important because all ecologicians have changed their mind. In 2005, there was a Millennium Ecosystem Assessment. Perhaps there are no much action by this Millennium Ecosystem Assessment, but it's really a revolution in ecological science, because for the first time, preservation of ecosystem are linked with human well-being, and it's a very new point of view for landscape in situ, because women are animals, are a species like others now. And that's really new, and I think it's a way. Perhaps it's more easy with green corridor, with preservation of biodiversity, because we can do in situ with people, because where are spaces, where are risk problem, where are we need to know where we have to act. And I am an architect, and sometimes I work with people, habitants, with politics, and together, working, we are making the vision, the project. And I think we have to perform this vision in politics.
Perfect, thank you very much. I would like to introduce no, I am absolutely with you. I would like to remember that the European Landscape Convention, was exactly May, the two revolutionary questions that introduced the text inside the European Landscape Convention. One of them is the perception, not the visual, the perception of vision. And the second one, another one, maybe important, is that the people is not small looking to the landscape, it's inside the landscape. So the movement and the action for the people, we need to understand not more like the person behind or in the other part of the landscape, an inside, an active side. So I think the contribution to Sylvia and Professor Sylvia very clearly this also says to understand that we need it. And we need absolutely to understand that not is possible now, more maybe, have the position far away from the landscape, inside the landscape and transform the landscape outside.
Round table means dialogue. First point, resilience or resilience. Of course, it's very difficult to enter in this debate. I would displace the answer in this way. A few weeks ago, there was a conference in Florence about historical biodiversity. What does it mean? That we have not a fixed frame of biodiversity or ecological balance, but we have different landscape in the past. Because this idea of historical biodiversity means that in the past we have it. So, which is the past period, the period of the past we want to make reference for resilience? And this is an open question. Because we go from historical biodiversity to synthetic biology. Synthetic biology, to create a kind of Frankenstein. It's very difficult to say what is synthetic biology. It's made to take pieces, blocks of nature, biodiversity, to create a new creature, a new body. So we go from historical, this is our range, from historical biodiversity to synthetic biology. In the middle, there is our attempt to create a kind of balance between human and nature. So new landscapes. Probably is very important the social points mentioned intervention of
Carlo or Sylvie?
No.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I summarize your intervention, say, which is the democracy of landscape? Fruition on one side. So, the problem of the equal access to these goods that are mentioned also in the other points. And of course, there are kind of side effects, because some places are so green that are dangerous, like the forest in the Middle Age, full of banditti, you know, full of people, dangerous. So there are places that green places nearby the towns, in the fringes, I don't know, fringes, they are full of drivers. So please, we have to. There is a problem of control. There is a problem of access and a problem of control. So the equality in the landscape is a problem. The positive side of this problem is landscape as vehicle of democratic value. In the past, I think, you are the expert of landscape history, landscape was used as a vehicle, a way to communicate democratic value. Democracy, so equal accessibility, popular access to landscape. So landscape we can recover this pedagogical role of landscape in terms of value of democracy. The third point that is linked to my listening the other presentation of the synthesis is linked to the idea of performativity. What is performativity? Is a catchword, is an umbrella word, but I think it's very stimulating, performativity. It means that landscape, our study, our planning, is able to create actions. It's very important, actions. Performativity. To create, we translate in Italian prestazione. Performance is prestazione. I don't know en français come est-ce qu'on dit. Performance. How do you translate performance? Performance. University. Okay. To be short, I think there are three traditions behind this the idea of performativity. One is the pragmatic value of landscape. And I explain myself with a small example. Two young people fall in love, sightseeing, looking at a good landscape. The landscape is so emotional that make people to fall in love. So the capacity to create emotions. Second, a more traditional meaning of performativity is affordance. Affordance. The action suggested to a subject by a landscape. So landscape suggests something. We are so able as planners to create an idea, to create something. We suggest line of actions to people. And the third one was linked to the tradition of Michel Foucault, performativity. What does it mean? That landscape makes me do something as I was myself, as I was autonomous. It's a very difficult, probably, this idea of Michel Foucault, but it's called control at distance. So landscape is a way to make people to do something as they were autonomous, independent actors. They feel they are free, they are autonomous, but really they are doing what the system, the order, the power want they do. So this is another version, very diabolic, of performativity that is very interesting. And I think in the landscape studies we have to take consideration also of this malicious interpretation.
Okay, thank you. I think I
I would like to discuss too much of the physiology of life. It's very interesting about the reflection, also in relation with our intervention. But please, any more?
I'd like to launch a kind of a small provocation to this community of urban planners and experts in the field, which comes from a very recent paper that was discussed just a pair of weeks ago, I think, at the Brookings Institution in the United States, and that was a kind of a reaction to a best-selling book issued by a French economist who is Piketty, and that was the history of capital in the 21st century, that book. And this, just to briefly tell you what are the conclusions of that book, and then the critique that has been moved to this book, and why it is relevant for urban and spatial planners. I'd like to summarize. Basically, Piketty suggested that net capital share on total income has been increasing over the last 70 years, and basically it was, according to his theory, this capital that was the component that has met a rampant surge over this long period of time in the whole economy, which means that labor did not produce the same returns, salaries did not follow the same returns as capital. And according to his theory, these returns on capital were mainly responsible for economic inequality in our society. That is considered to be one of the major problems tackled in today's economic view. The solution that was envisaged in this book was a global tax on capital as a solution to increasing inequality. However, a young scholar called Matthew Rockley has recently issued a paper that was called Deciphering the Fall and Rise in the Net Capital Share, in which he disaggregated the results of Piketty, and his paper highlights how the increase would depend entirely on the housing sectors, which means that this phenomenon did not apply to all the different forms of capital that exist, but in particular it applies to the capital that is invested in the housing sector, which obviously has some relevant implications for spatial planners. Some first remarks. In this case, the responsible subjects for economic inequality would not be the bankers or the predatory financial sector, but another constituency that is far wider than the one of bankers, that is represented by homeowners, that would be the responsible for inequality, since other types of capital seem instead to be subject to the law of diminishing returns. But the money invested in the housing sector works different. So under the policy point of view, what could be I wouldn't talk about conclusions, but one remark that housing costs might be regarded carefully as being more responsible for economic inequality than the financial sector, which means that urban planning should maybe reconsider the classical policies and the model of management of the territory and maybe the landscape that it has been applying for a long period of time. In particular, if housing policy is responsible for reducing or holding back growth and increasing inequality, it is needed for us to think about a new way to act, a new action that should be brought to the institutions being responsible for spatial planning, maybe the kind of policies that we have used until today do not work properly. In particular, consider that according to a first and simplistic interpretation of the model that has just been issued, so it is difficult today to go deep into the interpretation. But the restrictions that local government traditionally put on building more housing, especially in those areas, in those cities which are particularly vibrant under the economic point of view, would be responsible for slowing economic growth and reducing the economic mobility of people and workers. So building restrictions would prevent skilled people to move, to relocate, and to go there. And this would be a limitation. And if you think about the policy of green belts that has been widely adopted and that has also been mentioned a few minutes ago by François, in this line there is the suspect that such a policy would have brought some advantages to some categories, to some constituencies, landlords maybe, and the people who already own a house, but to the detriment of other people. So the issue of a balance between the parts and the goods is maybe needed. Those policies are not being proposed because supporting, or not necessarily because supporting a certain group of people, but actually the results sometimes go beyond the good intentions of policymakers. And this is something that should make us think. So this might lead us to believe that to stem the rising tide of inequality simply just weakening the regulations on real estate, maybe allow for more building, or to maybe make other buildings available for housing. Eliminating policies like the possibility to deduct mortgage interest that make house prices surge. But there are some downsides in this kind of policies that are widely recognized by prevailing economic theory, so it is not easy. And then, under the social point of view, homeowners, the ones who already own a home, a building, would not be so happy to see new buildings around their suburbs, just because this would have some positive effects. So the final question that I think should be analyzed in the future maybe is which kind of spatial and landscape planning is needed in the future if these observations prove to be correct. So which kind of new regulations we can envisage? How can regulations change, taking into account that all these, if it is true that all these pro-green policies and all these restrictions that were aimed maybe at enhancing the landscape sometimes also. How can we change the approach? If this creates really economic inequality, that is certainly something that nobody of us wants, including public administrations, would like to see, or to see growing in the territories under their political responsibility. But this was the point. There is no answer, unfortunately, but maybe you can help solve the problem.
I would like only one comment about the integration with Lucas Data, and we have also, we have time, only 5 minutes. Oh, I am to discuss your provocation. It's very interesting, Luca. I I would like to express to you that I am not very better actually. I see the concept of the space in the last century changed a lot. So when we are speaking about the space today, I think we need to understand which type of space we are looking for, we are speaking about. My reflection, our reflections, many persons that are around me or we are working together to understand better this position that you offer in the last question. You say in your intervention about which type of space we need to speak about the landscape. I think that we need to understand that today the space that we are working today, every day, in construction, in building, and landscape, and planners, and all the question, is the concept of space after, in the last century, after the Vanguard. It's the concept inside in 1927, after one book, where the reflection of the space was directly, the reflection is the change of the meaning of the art in the last century. So all the dimensions that we are speaking and all the roles that we are inside of the planet and all the building, question and the roles are accept absolutely in this condition the definition of the concept of space. And I am not arguing this. I think we need new interpretation about the space. And we need absolutely, when we are speaking about it, better. I would like to say, less space, more landscape. Because the space today, I think, is very, very, very common to understand. The problem is that the rules, the policy, the politician, the administration, all these, the tools are in relation with the concept of the old concept of space. And we need absolutely to understand that it's necessary. If it's necessary to change it, concept, or maybe accept it and continue to introduce some modification. Well, thank you very much, and then the conclusion.
In my conclusion, naturally, I will consider the 2 days of work. Now the program gives me 30 minutes, but I will take much less. I don't want to abuse your patience. I listened everyone very carefully. Maybe that's the way it is difficult for me now to make a conclusion. It's difficult to make a conclusion of a considerable discussion in which different point of view have been faced, tackled and married. A dear friend, an academic, told me that in order to make a good and organic conclusion, you have to listen very little and to have already in mind at the beginning of the meeting what you will say at the end. Unfortunately, I have not followed this advice today, so I don't have in my mind a unique and organic conclusion, but many different open questions that have emerged during the rich debate. The focus is the role of the landscape as angle of view orienting the design of the city of the future. The landscape is a privileged angle of view, evaluating the state of the health of an area, the quality of life of its inhabitants, and the sustainability of development. The landscape is the angle of view privileged because the landscape involves every aspect of knowledge, and as Jan-Manuel Paler and director said in the opening of the seminar, the landscape requires an highly interdisciplinary work. It affects everything, even the landscape not seen, as said Tullio Pericoli, because it touches the emotion of the people. The emotion contains the complexity of the vision. But, remembering the presentation of Tullio Pericoli, I want to stress the link between man and nature. Both are rooted in the same place, and the man shapes nature, transforming it into the landscape. He acts as the sleeper lying in under the blanket, and the moving ripples and model the blanket that take shape. All the same, the photos of Guido Guidi in the presentation with Vincenzo Zenobi and Mariano Mariani are trying to talk common things, ordinary and forgotten places. We are in the heart of the focus of the European Landscape Convention. The work of the Marche region for the landscape planning is aimed in this direction, as Vincenzo Zenobi said this morning. The landscape, so, is the angle of view more adapted for analysis of the urban complexity through the identification of a complex integrated indicator, quantitative and qualitative, that come together in a holistic, synthetic interpretation, vision, complex vision of the urban system. Second, transdisciplinary cooperation in orienting policy, choices and territorial government, keeping urban complexity and the close relationship between ecological, aesthetical, social and economic issues in mind. The landscape is the angle of view preferred to study the urban resilience and the government of complexity. And we know that to study the city of the future, we need to increase the ability to manage complexity, as yesterday said Michele Italia. But the regeneration of the landscape can no longer be linked to regulatory processes of land use, as said Rosalba Donofrio in her introduction of yesterday, but must become part of the design of the city and the territory in which processes of the reduction, reuse and recycle of land resource must find their right place. So, the use of the landscape as a complex indicator allows for a dynamic understanding of the transformation linked to complex current change at the local scale. Climate change, first of all, can have direct effects and implications for the form and functionality of the urban landscape and for the social, economic and environmental implications that characterize it. The catastrophic effect of the flooding or coastal erosion affect the security of the urban settlement, the economy of the territories, the cultural heritage and the identity of the places, as well as on the flora, fauna and the site stability. Understanding and evaluation the effect of these changes on the landscape at the local scale, as well as finding tools to govern the relationship among these changes, urban sustainability and the quality of life in the city, is the challenge we are facing in this time, and several research are oriented in this direction. I think in particular to our research, QLand, QLife, quality of landscape and quality of life. Its goal is to define an operation model to support decision making and help local administration to select policies and action to implement in order to pursue the established objective of the urban sustainability and the quality of life, as say Pier Sebastiano Ferranti and Roberto Conci before. So the fourth session have highlighted the great potential of the landscape, but this relevance of the landscape is not new. It's closely related to the principle of the European Landscape Convention. So the four themes of the fourth session assign a role to the landscape that are already defined by the preamble of the Convention. In the preamble, it's written, The landscape contributes to the formation of the local cultures and that it is a basic component of the European natural and cultural heritage, contributing of a human well-being and the consolidation of the European identity. This means that the landscape is an exceptional laboratory for good living. Section A. In the preamble it's written, wishing the reserve that responded to the public wish to enjoy high-quality landscapes and to play an active part in the development of landscape. This means that the community can become a community project and the inhabitant has a central role in the construction, restoration of territorial value. Section B. In the preamble it's written, the landscape is an important part of the quality of life for people everywhere, in urban areas and in countryside, in degraded areas as well as in areas of high quality, in areas recognized as being of outstanding beauty as well as every area. This means that the landscape can help to design new forms of city, offering planning responses to climate change and reorganizing the urban system. Section C. In the preamble is written, the landscape is an important public interest role in the cultural, ecological, environmental, and social fight, and it constitutes a resource favorable to the economic activity and both protection, management, and planning can contribute to job creation. This means that the landscape is very important in overcoming the economic crisis, favoring the social and economic growth of local community. Section D. The added value of these 2 days of work is the mutual assistance and the exchange of information, and it's written in the Article 8, Paragraph 8 of the Convention. The parties undertake cooperate in order to enhance the effectiveness of measures taken under the other article of this Convention, in particular to render each other technical and scientific assistance in landscape matters through the pooling and exchange of experience and the result of a research project. In these 2 days, we are presenting experience that are work proposal, as such as yesterday the President Palermo. They are proposals calibrated for areas such as the Adriatic area that have those problems reported by Andrea Galli in the morning, like sprawl, land use, ecological vulnerability, consumer energy, etc. So we can remark all experience that have the goal of urban resilience that affects several parts of urban innovation, as said Michele Italia yesterday: mobility and transport, building, government, economy and people, environment, energy, lighting, education, healthcare, the structural capacity of cities to be green. Particular attention is dedicated to the urban-rural continuum for a better quality of life, and François Mancebot said that the solution fostering urban transition to sustainability is not only to oppose urban sprawl, but to guide it. And the question is, how to design a resilient and sustainable city, keeping in mind this rural-urban continuum? A possible way presented by Mancebot consider that the urban multifunctionality should also include farming. This way consider specific services that the urban agriculture may bring to a city. They are not only about food. So, the reflection and the proposal of the seminar are expressed at different scales, from the territorial scales to the subway and the urban scales. They are proposal and action that affect social, economic and ecological change at different scales. In this perspective, by examining the different presentations of several sessions, I have played a task of reorganization, identifying how different proposals may touch the 3 major factors of the global change and their shape resilient landscape. So we have this reorganization of the contribute. I apologize if I have forgotten anyone. 1. For for a better economical balance, study case of Ken Cabanes, a residual part of one of the most important industrial pools in the metropolitan area of Barcelona. This area has activated a virtuous cycle of green economy. Study case of Sabirez, a local spot of wine tourism to create a summer market. Study case of Upramarittima, innovative cultural marketing playing for Asia Cupresis area. 2. For a better economical balance in connection with a better social condition. Study case of a Chianti Classico to improve attractiveness of the rural area. Study case of a valorization mining landscape in Sicilia. Study case of a research POM in mountain information and mobility for tourism. Study case of part agricultural traditional landscape between resilience and sense of place. Study case of soil, green change, big change, new rurality, food, tourism, energy, environment. 3. For a better social condition in connection with a better ecological condition. Case state of the green infrastructure strategy for Liverpool City region and the Mercer community forest. Case state of a multi-scale qualitative approach in Calabria, community participation and ecosystem services and land use planning processes for sustainability. 4. For a better ecological balance in connection with a better social condition. Case study of mining landscape in Sicilia, case study of greenway in Ecumenica, Greece. Other, I don't remember the name, 5, first collapse. For a better cultural condition in connection with a better social condition. Case study of Bucharest, the potential of historical monuments in the reconsidering processes of residual landscapes. 6. For a better ecological balance in connection with a better cultural condition. Case study of landscape identity, development, a sustainable project in Sardinia. 7. For a better ecological balance in connection with a new design of the city. Case study of a local plan in the city of Pineto. Case study of a research quality of landscape, quality of life and sustainable Adriatic city. Case study of Regione Marche landscape plan. Case study of Bari landscape in the metropolitan area. Case study about Danish planning and adapting planning to climate change. Case study about features and driving forces of a urban sprawl in Cerveteri municipality. In conclusion, I conclude with the sentence of Tullio Pericolo, saying that the landscape is like the face of a person, of a man. And when his face damaged, we must take action within the person, within the man, that is within the territory. It needs many interconnection between ecological, social, cultural, and economic functions. Thank you very much.